It's EWBSX, the cyberbully, where white boy summer never ends.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I'm gonna come. Salute.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Stupid? Are you a stupid person?
You sacks of shit don't look like you can play T-ball.
I like how you...
Oh my goodness. Welcome to the ASTROLAB, folks. It is Friday. A post-Christmas Friday. And that intro was a frickin' holy crap. I was trying to get the chat to work over on Rumble, and I don't think I did. Let's just double check here. I don't think I did, but I did succeed in breaking the chat for the little integration here to get the kick chat up on the screen. So I'm sitting here trying to get the program open back up for that. while also trying to hit the soundboard, trying to get the transitions at the right time. And I was like, ah! So every time I hit the soundboard down here on the iPad, it pulls the mouse down there. So I'm like clicking around up here on the screen, trying to get stuff open, trying to get links copied and pasted in, and then hitting a soundboard thing and trying to find them. This is the first time I've done it with the new layout here. So I'm like trying to find them. I'm like, fuck it, just that one. That works. How's it going, guys? It is good to have you here. I think I might. I did not solve the problem of the chat, but I think I might have figured it out. So I'll be able to resolve that later on. Oh man, everything just takes so much longer than I always want it to. It just, yeah, I wanted to go live like 2 hours ago, probably at least. Trying to get live earlier. I started working on this just absurd amount of time ago. And one thing was I didn't have a ton of stuff. I mean, I didn't have any like big major subjects to discuss, but I had a whole bunch of little ones. So I decided that for this episode, I've got a couple significant things that we'll discuss, but this is going to be a lot more just kind of rapid fire. Lots of tabs. Some of them are just slop. It's just fun stuff. I'm dumping the bookmarks for this one. I'm just pouring some bookmarks out, and so I can. There's a lot of stuff that I'll bookmark to use for the show, and then just never wind up using it. So it sits there and gets older and older and older, and eventually I'm like, you know what? I haven't found a spot to put this. I'm just gonna throw a whole bunch of random ones together. But then I also do have some other specific things that I got to follow up on. This the Simone and Malcolm Collins clip that I played the other day, where the people were this journalist chick was like, no, black and white, like every single human being is a genetic twin to every other human being, and got some interesting commentary building off of that, and also got some stuff talking about who up Epstooning they list right now. We got some Epstein list stuff. Talking about Mr. Massey, and what other things? Oh, Scott Adams on the Democrat, how all the ways the Democrat Party is a terrorist organization, or organized crime, or something along those lines. Got a couple of white pills, and then I got an old clip of Donald Trump. Mythomaga has delivered to us. We got an old clip of Donald Trump. Let's see, what else did I have in here? Bolsonaro writing a letter from prison. JD Vance, Nick Fuentes responding to JD Vance. And then here toward the back end of the show, I got some Jew stuff, and then I got some money stuff, the other Jew stuff. No, I got an Israeli official talking about how they exploit the Holocaust and anti-Semitism for political control. Just stating it openly. This is a hoax that we run specifically for that purpose. And then got some stuff about the Fed, including this white paper, this article written by Scott Bessent, the Fed's new gain of function monetary policy. So there's the outside possibility that everything else just takes so long that I end up kicking that to another episode. But before all of that, I've got a handful of just fun slop and culture and celebration of white men and some good stuff. And before all of that, I think enough time has passed that I'm ready to read my little my eulogy that I wrote for Pete, the Patriot Peter. I typed this out and posted it like a week ago. If you're following me on X, you may have seen it already. Pete's last walk. I wrote it the night after he died. And it's not just about him. It's kind of, I used it as a way to kind of explore some thoughts. There was a night there where the thoughts were flowing well, and so I went out and I walked the loop that we always walk, and I was kind of reliving our last walk in my mind. But then my brain would kind of wander, and I'd think about some other things, and I was just sort of transcribing my thoughts as I was having them, and then something totally wild happened in the middle of it. So I'm going to read that for you guys here, and I told you I'd have some final thoughts on the whole experience, and also I got a couple videos of him because I got to show what he was like. So we're going to do that. Let's see here. So the chat is still working, but it looks like Rumble is just not. So for those of you, there's a small handful of you watching over on Rumble. If you do throw a chat, I'll try to remember to look up and see it up here, but it won't be integrated with the rest of the chat. Apologies for that. Same with X. I don't know if X is working. There's a difference. So just in a little inside baseball here, Kick and X both have dedicated URLs for their chat. So anytime that you do a stream through Kick or through X, there is a single dedicated URL for that chat. So this program that I have called Social Stream Ninja, it can consistently grab and pull that link. All it has to do is just get connected to that link once, and then it just. But with the Rumble one, it refreshes and generates a unique URL for each stream. So I have to I'm trying to figure out the workflow for getting that updated and connected to work, and it's so I think I finally figured out what it is, even though I wasn't able to make it work. Mr. Stu says, leave all other platforms and join Kick to monetarily support God's favorite streamer. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's the goal. The idea here is I'm going to expand onto these other platforms to hopefully catch some other people that I can get them hooked and then draw them over, tractor beam them over to Kick. That's the idea, at least. Also, I did forget I got so hung up on trying to get today's show put together that I forgot about updating the tip jar. So it is something like $200 or $300 short. You guys have blown out the goal this month. So anything that comes in today is great. That's the more the better. We're starting over fresh next month. I don't know what my income will be next month. So I'm always happy to take more. And a reminder, tomorrow for the Sudawave on the Saturlab, all of the tips that come in for that are going to go to the great Agitprop Master himself. So perhaps you decide that you want to keep your powder dry tonight and just save it for tomorrow. Amy herself said to me that's what she would do. So my own wife has given you guys the blessing to just keep your powder dry and save it for Mr. Suda tomorrow. But if you would like to, let me get the tip link typed out here. If you would like to support the stream tonight, there is the link. tips.kingpilled.com. I did figure out, at least I diagnosed the problem with why some of the alerts didn't come through last time. I need to go in and update the workflow, the code for the workflow on that, because one of them was because the username had something other than just words or just other than letters or numbers. There was a hyphen in the username. And so it kicked that back as invalid and didn't process the automation. The other one said that it was because there's a text character limit of 255 characters, and it exceeded that, except that message did not exceed that. And one that came in later most definitely did exceed that, and that one went through. So I have no idea on those. I'm going to try to get that problem solved here, hopefully tomorrow as well. If something doesn't, if you send a tip through the tips link and you don't get the alert for it, please let me know, and I will go do my best to manually deliver that alert. That link will work for Cash App, Venmo, Apple Pay, credit card, debit card, PayPal, all the above. Tips.kingpill.com. All right. Thank you for yeah, it should be it. It was you. Yeah. Borked the Kofi. Okay. I think that was all that I had here off the top. So, share the stream. Let people know that we're live. And I'm going to start off by reading you guys this, I don't even know what to call it. Just an essay that I wrote memorializing my dog, Pete. Pete's Last Walk, written Sunday, 12/14/2025. My dog died yesterday. Now is the time I'd usually be leaving the house for our near nightly walk together. The show is finished, the upload is publishing, and he's waiting. I've been looking forward to unwinding, listening to a podcast, smoking a cigarette, and letting the thoughts tumble around in the dark Texas night. He wants to pee. As I leave the house this evening, I replay in my mind each of the steps I've taken a million times. Put my earbuds in, bump the night's selection to 2x audio speed, grab something to drink, pick up his leash, hook him up, reach back to lock the door, set out across the street and down the sidewalk. But tonight I leave the earbuds in my pocket. This is his last walk, and I want to do it in silence. I'm retracing the steps we've taken together more times than I can count. Not that long, though. We only moved into this house 4 months ago. But our last house was a half-mile away, and this old boy and I have laid down easily a few thousand miles around this neighborhood over the past 3 years. I know the rhythm, the pacing between every stop, all of his patterns, and I'm replaying them all in my head. Not despondently, I want to remember. I won't do this every time I make this walk. I probably won't even do it by the end of this one. But it feels good to do it right now. I do remember. Stopping at the first cable box, snuffling the longer grass at its base, raising a leg, peeing, looking sheepishly into my eyes, then trotting ahead of me, off to the next stop. The neighbor's tree. That one's close to the sidewalk. I let him go. I pass him as he sniffs and pees and pull out my phone as I walk. Messages to respond to. He catches up to me and jogs ahead. There's a light pole that he loves. A light pole that he loves. He lingers and reads the news thoroughly, all around it. He sneezes. I pass him and the leash extends. He knows how long it takes for me to reach the end of it, but he always delays here for just an extra couple seconds, despite the tug when I hit it. I pause, mildly annoyed. I tug again and he sniffs once more and catches up, avoiding my raised eyebrow. He crosses in front of me. He learned a long time ago that it prevents the leash from wrapping around me and targets the next tree. That one's too far up toward the house and he always tries for it and I always deny him. The truck in the next driveway always juts out into the sidewalk, and he and I always get to it at the same time as he passes me. It's almost a game to see if he can manage not to step in front of me as he veers around it. I can feel the phantom nudge against my leg as he misjudges it. He didn't do that often. Then, it's the spot. A particular stretch of grass that is honored as Pete's preferred pooping plot. If the show went long or I dilly-dallied after it, he immediately hits the squat at the front edge. If I was timely, he'll saunter through it with his nose to the ground, selecting the optimal grass blade to target with his dump. He's picky. He never makes eye contact when he poops and gets embarrassed if you force it. He finishes. When he was younger, he would proudly, with all fours, rip away at the ground around him. Lately, he just starts trotting again, with respect and decency. I miss the younger one, but I love the older one too. Now I miss him. I pass the community mailbox that he always ignored. There's the dog he also ignored. Better things going on. I crossed the street and skipped the tiny park where we sometimes hung out, where he'd reluctantly lie in the grass while I smoked a cigarette, answered some messages, researched whatever might be on my mind, jotted notes to myself, finished a drink. He always wanted to keep going. In his eyes, the only good thing that ever happened there was occasionally a skunk would scuttle past, and he'd stare at it, imagining how hard his younger self would have gone after it if I let him. I'm saving that memory for another night. It's weird that my mind has cataloged all of these details and held them in such sharp relief. I know it won't last. I struggle to remember all of his patterns at the other houses we've lived, themselves home bases for many more thousands of miles with the two of us. When Eastwood was a baby, he joined us in his stroller. There's the dog poop bag station. Okay, that one hurts to pass without stopping. I never passed it. That dog could poop, man. He lived for these walks. So did I when I'm honest with myself, even as I began skipping or shortening them. He was getting older and he learned to poop in the backyard, even though he didn't want to, and I try not to think about the correlation between him really starting to show his age and me tapering the walks. He was old, 14, 15, somewhere in there, at the long end of the average for his breed. He was a Kelpie, a sort of Australian sheep cattle dog. Wikipedia says, Kelpies are intelligent and easy to train dogs, making them good-tempered and good pets, especially with children. However, they require a lot of physical exercise and mental stimulation. That's Pete to a T. I only figured out his breed after probably 15,000 miles together. I just did that math. It sounds insane to me, but I might be underestimating. He loved to walk. Walk, outside, potty, and poop were the words that made him perk his ears and rotate his head 90 degrees when he was young, 45 degrees when he was old, and 15 degrees last week. He only perked his ears yesterday when he was tired. He was a sensitive dude. Kind of neurotic, Hated fireworks, thunderstorms, a dishwasher at one apartment, the word bath, and whenever I sighed. He had a complex about me showing negative emotion, and I had a complex about his complex. He wasn't the only neurotic one, I suppose. There was a particular way his toenails would scrape the hard floor when he was slinking out of the room after I sighed. Now I can hear them clicking on the sidewalk in the dark night air. Some deer. He would have been transfixed when he was younger. He would have tossed them a glance if they'd been here 8 days ago when we were last here. It took him a week. We hadn't seen the deer out here in quite a while. I wonder if they returned because it's been a week. It shouldn't have taken a week. I waited too long. I didn't mean to. There were good reasons, but it was too long, and I'm going to feel that for a long time. I'm glad he won't. That's a hard truth to bear. My decisions matter. Selfishly, that week was also a blessing to me. It was brutal, but I needed it. I had a lot to say, and he listened. I apologized for a lot. It wasn't fair to him, but he stuck around, even without the light poles and trees and fire hydrants and cable boxes and perfect pooping plots. There were no more walks. He couldn't. But he listened when he could. Apart from the time we spent laying down all those miles, he spent his whole life waiting for me. So it's kind of darkly poetic that it also happened at the end. Amy and I both believed that the only reason he hung on for the last couple days was because I was there with him. It would have fucked me up if he'd gone suddenly. I regret a lot, and I needed to tell him. So I held on to him, and I regret that. But I'm glad I got that time with him, and I regret that I'm glad. I can see why this sort of thing can drive some people crazy. Speaking of crazy, this is where he did his last real poop. I remember that for some reason. It seared into my brain, the particular memory of me looking back at him that night and seeing him do that funny little squat and waddle. A squaddle? He would do when he was indecisive about grass blades. Someone knew I'd want to remember that moment. But I can't find the exact spot, even searching with my iPhone flashlight. I feel mildly insane. I'm not sure why it matters. It's kind of weird to be doing this. But it just feels more real when I can associate his memory with a precise location. Are memories real? He's not physically here with me, and yet it feels like he is when I'm somewhere I know he was. I suppose memories are real while you're having them. A famous quote says something like, "Every man dies twice, once when he dies and once when his name is spoken for the last time." That's always lingered in my mind. I guess that's why I'm replaying these memories. It really sucked the first time he died. I don't want it to happen again. I want to find that poop. I thought it was between this bush and tree, but maybe it was up past the next tree. I know it was before the gazebo, and it was like 12 to 15 feet back into the grass. But I don't see it. What am I doing? It's been 8 days. There's no way it's still around. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I wanted that little moment of closure, standing in a particular spot where I knew he stood. I have a list in my mind. But we passed through this place many hundreds of times. There's not a square foot around here he didn't occupy at some point. I put my phone away and I keep walking. It's almost to the turn by the school that heads back into our immediate neighborhood. Now this next part is, I'm not fictionalizing here. This next part actually happened. I hear people. It sounds like singing at 2 a.m. That's weird. I've passed through here many hundreds of times, and that's a first. I'm trying to make it out. Huh. It's kids on bikes. 3 of them. They're doing some kind of call and response. I strain to hear it. I left my wife, standing at the door. She knew that I would die at war. What the fuck is going on? I Google the lyrics. Their singing trails off, then one of them goes, hey, be quiet, there's someone walking up there. They snicker to themselves. I smirk in the dark as I turn the corner. Apparently it's a song by some guy called the Marine Rapper. I'll listen to it later. I hear a clattering sound. One of them just crashed on his bike. Seriously. The others are laughing at him. I smirk again and keep walking. I can't believe this is real. The kids are going to be all right. He would have been fascinated from the moment he heard them. Now I'm the older guy who hears the young chuds out gallivanting and thinks of them as kids. It reminds me of when he found me around this time of night as I was out walking around with friends. It was cold like tonight. He was shivering when he jumped into my arms, which was all the more meaningful to me in retrospect once I learned how much he hated being picked up. Almost as much as he hated the New Year's Eve fireworks that night. Someone had obviously trained him, given the basic commands he already knew, but the condition of his skin and the sight of his ribs told me he'd been on the street for a while. He had the energy and bright eyes of a youngin'. I thought 18 months to 2 years old, but the vet told us the plaque on his teeth would only be found on a dog who was 4 to 5 years old. That was 10 years ago. Well, almost. We were 19 days short when he passed. My dog was born when Barack Obama was president. The first time. I didn't have a dog when I was growing up. I had cats. The first two were hit by cars in front of my house when they were 4 and 6 months old. Not together. We got the second to replace the first. We got the next two together. Brothers. They stuck around until after I left home. There was a fifth one I didn't know as well. She didn't last long. My family found her collar in the woods. I wasn't looking for a dog. Was he looking for me? I don't know. But he claimed me. I was sad and lonely, and I longed for companionship. It was only a month or so before that I'd sworn off the pursuit of companionship after adding yet another check in the failure column of my pursuit index. There weren't a lot of them, just enough to make it clear, even to me, that the issues were as much with me as with them. I needed to tend to myself, I thought. I was wrong. I needed to tend to someone else. He taught me that, though it took me years to realize it. And that process wasn't easy on either of us. He was going ahead to prepare the way for another. It was only a month or so later that my wife joined the family. He'd slept in my bed for the first year, but now he got demoted to the floor. He always smelled terrible. Then we moved to California. Then we added a cat. She made him nervous. Then we added my son. He also made him nervous. But he was always the picture of patience and gentleness. Except for that one time he flipped the stroller over backwards trying to roughhouse with another dog. I almost killed him. I'm glad I didn't. I didn't give him enough playtime with other dogs. Almost to the home stretch now. I've been deep in thought. Stopped visualizing his nightly habits a while ago. That's how fleeting my mind is. Can't even stay focused for an entire walk the day after he died. It won't be long until I do this with only a passing obligatory thought of him. His memory will always remain, but the outlines will fade because I'm weak and flawed. That's what he taught me. And he was devoted to me anyway. I keep seeing his face at the end. I wish I didn't. He didn't deserve that. But something deep inside me tells me that I must. I have pictures and memories of all the good times. I can look at them whenever I want to. I don't have a picture of that time. I can't forget it because it's his last reminder to me that good intentions don't eliminate the pain that those who depend upon me feel at the business end of the consequences of my poor choices. I can't go back and change it now. I'm glad he's not feeling it anymore. My past actions and their consequences were made permanent in his face as he loved me and passed, frozen into his specter. I bear the memory and the pain that goes with it, and by doing so consciously, I can allow him to hold me accountable even in his absence. Last couple houses now. I realize my quads are barking a little bit. A week of picking up, carrying, and setting down 50 pounds back and forth, inside and outside, left their mark on my soft ass. I'm almost to the point where I take his leash off and let him run the final stretch. He didn't run in the last few weeks, even without his leash, just trotted next to me. Half the time he turned up the wrong driveway. Too many houses to remember, eyes full of cataracts, mind probably slipping. A lot of miles on that old body. I miss him. I'm home, buddy. It happened quick. I'm going to go inside and sleep. You keep walking. I'll catch up eventually. There's Pete. Chud/fiction.
Snickering isn't a real word. It's called sniggering. If it's good enough for J.K. Rowling, it's good enough for me. Taylor Swift is the anti-Sabrina, and thus, the current embodiment of Christ. Written stories read aloud sound gay.
Oh man, You guys get a little bit of everything here. That juxtaposition was incredible. Thank you, Chud/Fiction.
Here comes the money.
Oh boy!
Here we go.
Alpha male alert!
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
In Pete's memory.
Thank you, Howie Snowden. You absolute patriot. Thank you, my friend. Yes, in memoriam, Peter, a.k.a. Pete, Peepers, Petey Pablo, Pedro, Pooter Poots, or just Pooter, Mr. Pupperino, Lil Pupperooski, Pizza Dog, Pete's a dog, Peter Poopenheimer, Peter Pupperunius, Peter Puppin Eater, Peter Puppy Eater. Peter, you eat puppies? We're a nickname-giving household. This is back in God damn it. I did not want it to do that. How do I get rid of that? I've never seen it do this before. What am I looking at here? Is this can I pull it out? What in the hell? Did you guys see what I did? Because I didn't. Oh, wait, hold. There's something down here. Can I close this? Oh, unsplit tabs. Oh, split tabs. Oh, interesting. Okay. Close this view. That was peculiar. Yeah, there's Pete. I was trying to get it to zoom out so you could see the whole thing. This is when we lived in Washington. And then I included a couple videos here just so you guys could see what Pete's personality was like. This is the place I lived when I first got him. This is a bachelor pad with me and my college roommate. When Amy met me, she moved in to the bachelor pad with me and my college roommate and his girlfriend, and 4 of us with 2 cats and 1 or 2 dogs. I can't remember when they got their dog. All lived in a 1,100 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment for like a year. This is how Amy encountered me. This is the absolute state of yours truly when I discovered my wife, and for some reason she stuck around.
What are you doing, Pete? What'd you have? Did you get some chicken nuggets? How was that? Pretty good? Yeah? Not bad, huh? You funny boy. What's this? What's that? Oh, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah. The tail says yes.
This is 10 years ago. I'll bet you, I'm pretty sure that a frickin' McDonald's cheeseburger was like $1 back then. Now it's like $3.15. Don't ask me why I know that. Oh yeah, he craved the slop for sure.
What's that? Yeah? He knows he's not allowed in the kitchen. There you go. Good job, buddy. That's a good pup.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to include this video. That paw thing that he did.
You're a good boy.
Where he would stand on his
Kid.
where he would stand on his back paws and he'd go like forward with his front paws like that. He would do that on command. If I went up to him and I said, I can't remember if it was give me your paws or show me your paws, but I'd walk up to him, put my hands up like this, say, Pete, show me your paws. And he'd hop up on his back legs and do that with his front paw. He did not do that for the last, like, I don't know, 5 years of his life at least. The hips couldn't take it after a while.
What, Pete? What do you want? What are you doing, Pete? Yeah? Really? What?
He very infrequently made noise.
Flipping out, going crazy, getting super playful. I've never seen him do this before. Now he stops, of course. He's been doing more than just like running around in circles. He's been like getting down with his ass up in the air and both front paws down and like jumping around all over. Who's a Peter? Who's a Peter?
He used to get really bad allergies, and he would just chew the shit out of the side of his ribs, and that's why they'd get all red and raw. That's why he looked like that.
You a good boy? Give me your paw. Good boy, yeah. Yeah, butt scratches. Oh, yeah, those are good ones, huh? Yeah, I love the butt scratches. Butt scratches. Butt scratches. Oh, the butt scratches. All right, go get him, Pete. Go get him. Yeah. Do you, yeah. Do you want to go outside? Yeah, you want to go for a walk? You have to go potty, Pete? Yeah? Go potty? Yeah? Okay, let's go potty, Bubby. Let's go potty. Yeah. Oh, he's standing up. He's standing up. He's gonna go. He's gonna go. I gotta go.
I can't tell you about the voice because I don't have a voice, a model for my own voice, really.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You're so excited. You ready, Pete?
And then this is the last one.
Let's go run. Come on. Lay down.
One of the funniest frickin' things he would do.
Come on. Let's go run. Come on. Lay down.
There was one time that he got into the. There's a shot for you. There was one time that he got into the chocolate. It was right around Christmas time, and we left the house. We came back, and he'd knocked the gate down, and he'd pulled out a bag of dark chocolate and eaten a bunch of it. And then we came back, and we left. Like, put him up and left, and then came back, and somehow he'd found another piece or another bag and eaten that as well. So he ate like 1.5 pounds of dark chocolate. And we were like, so we took him to the vet, and he wound up having to pay like $800 to get his stomach pumped. And, but he was, that was 8 years ago today that happened. 8 years ago today. Damn. But in case you didn't know, if a dog, most people know that dogs aren't supposed to eat chocolate, but if you didn't know what it does to them, it's basically like giving them meth or coke or something. So when we came back, he was fucking wired. The most hyped that he had ever been, ever at any point in his life. He was freaking out, just zooming around like he had just bumped 10 lines and was tripping. And so it was snowy outside, so we took him outside and started running along the sidewalk doing this with him, and he would lay down on his back and just go zoom across the snow on his back. He's so funny.
You got crazy eyes? Where's your crazy eyes? Hi, crazy boy. I'm tired.
Methamphetamine, yeah.
You want to go home? Pete? Do you want to go home? Yeah?
Always with the head tilts.
All right, let's go home.
So that was Pete. That was my my musings. I guess you could call it the eulogy. Yeah. Browns will never know the feeling of having a dog like the white man does. Yeah. I grew up as a cat person. I didn't really... Yeah, I like dogs. I just didn't have a particular attachment to them. And Pete changed that for me. There is the white man and his dog is a trope as old as time for a reason. Okay. Halo players will see this and be like, hell yeah. This is my culture.
Combat Evolved.
Pete made me white. Yeah, Pete made me white. The black dog made me white. I don't know where it is. Oh, there.
The N-word!
Yes, Halo. Slutty Mook's paying attention now. Halo. This is fucking insane. This may have been my culture, but this was never something that would have been realistic for me. I saw the guy that did this, and he said in the chat.
Evolved.
He said that it took him like 90 tries to get this, to pull this off. But the biggest thing, the most difficult part of it was was having the people actually there, having the other players actually there where he could shoot them. For those who I guess maybe don't habla, he's chucking a grenade. He's chucking a grenade out here and it lands where the sniper rifle is, where the sniper rifle spawns, and it's launching it across to him, and he's catching it in the air and then headshotting both the guys. Insane skills. The greatness of the white man. Look at this. Speaking of insane skills, this kid needs to be in an accelerated school immediately. Can my 4-year-old beat today's countdown numbers? So you guys, here's your challenge. You got to beat the kid. All right? So watch your, make sure you're watching here, best as you can. See if you can beat him on time.
Let's go.
I knew I liked you, Rico.
What are we going to get? 4 large, 2 little.
And we have 8 and 10, and then the big form. 25, 100, 75, and 50.
And 50. And we need 622. Can you do it? Come on then, buddy. Let's show everyone how to do it.
75
Yeah.
minus 10 equals 65.
Yeah.
65 times 8 equals 520. And then 50 divided by 25
Yeah.
equals 2.
Yeah.
And then 520 plus 2
It's 522.
is 522. And then plus 100 equals 622.
Wow. You clever, clever boy. Clap your... How did you do that?
Because that was super easy for me.
Super easy for you.
Yeah.
You clever boy. Let's see if they did it, shall we?
That's 75, take away 50, and 25 times 25.
65.
65.
Yep.
10
Of course, there's an
minus
Indian there.
One away.
Ooh, they got 623.
Times
Yeah,
75,
600,
plus the 25,
625.
and 100 over 50 is 2.
Lovely. 7 points apiece.
What? He didn't get it either. Can Rachel do it?
Yes.
Let's see if Rachel does it.
Over 25 is 4. Add it to 75 is 79. Times that by 8 for 632. And take away the
Minus
10
the
is
10.
622.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Eastwood is yelling about glow penises. last night in the evening, we went out and drove around the neighborhood here just to look at all the different Christmas lights. There was a family out walking their dog. They had a little wiener dog or something like that, a little Jack Russell, some little yappy animal, and he had some sort of a glow stick thing attached to his leash, but the leash, he was close to the guy walking him, so the leash was like hanging, the glow stick part was hanging down underneath his belly. And as we drove by, Eastwood's like, that dog has a glow penis. With the windows open on the truck. Oh, that kid is the greatest. All right, here is a fascinating little anecdote for you. Do you guys know why why ships do not have the left side or the right side? Why it's port and starboard? Do you guys know? Well, if you don't, Dad here is about to explain the lore. We got some ship lore here, boys. You sit down and you listen.
So, Dad, I just asked you about why boats and ships don't use left and right. Why do they use port and starboard?
Starboard?
Yeah, and you explained that to me. Can you explain that again?
Well, of course, the left side of the ship is usually where they would put that's how they tie up to the dock. They come in and put the left side of the ship to the dock. That's the port side, because that's where the port is. You know? That's where the dock is. You got to remember, back in the old day, the rudder wasn't in the back.
Okay.
It was using sails and stuff. Anyway, and of course, when they wanted a rudder, it wasn't in the back.
Pete the Yakubian.
Dogs and quarter zips will single-handedly and whiten the browns. The great bleaching has begun. I saw a video where a hot Asian lady told people to stop understanding math and just practice forever. This is the difference.
I saw a video where a hot Asian lady told people to stop understanding math and just practice forever. This is the difference. Okay, yeah, I think if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, you don't need to understand math. You just practice math. Just do it. Just do math. Don't try to understand how or why or whatever. You just do it. Dogs and quarter zips will single-handedly and whiten the browns. The great bleaching has begun.
back of the ship is on the right-hand side at the back. So whenever, if they had to go along that side, it's called the steering board side or starboard. That's where that term comes from.
So I'd known the side about port. I known why the part about why one side's called port. I knew that because the side that you port on. I could never remember which one was which, but I could remember that was the reason why. But I did not know that starboard is because of the opposite side would be the steering board, the board where you steer from. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I think that stern is also derived from steering. That's how I've always remembered it. At least I've always had the visual. I hear stern, and I have the visual of a rudder in the back, and really it's an outboard motor for whatever reason. I just have the outboard motor in my head, and I'm like, okay, yeah, the stern because steering, and so I've always had I've known that, but I didn't know starboard was from steering board.
It's just obviously they wouldn't want that clanging against the side.
Against the dock, because if you break it, no, you can't go anywhere.
Right.
You can't steer the ship anymore.
Park on.
Because they didn't have the rudder at the stern, they had it along the side of the ship.
Right, and then therefore you park on the port side.
Port side, yeah.
That's where you tie up.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Lessons from Hudson is the Instagram channel, and if this is what I think it is, I didn't go look myself, but I love these accounts where you have some old guy who just knows things. Like this is a did I actually? Yes, perfect. I forgot I set this up this way. Lady stumbles on something pretty common among men, interest in ancient history. Husband watches YouTube videos on niche ancient civilizations, and she links it to his random general knowledge that frequently mesmerizes women.
Asians are good at math because they work at it, sweatshop style. But white kids will just know. Because it comes so easy. That is why you don't race mix. Also, Canadian excellence.
What the fuck is a
Canadians, BTFO'd. Is there another one that I have that I could do? I did add a couple to the soundboard here. That I'll play them when the time is right. Thank you for the tip. So you have a dudes just know things. Like this is a thing. Dudes just know things. Why? Because we go out of our way to just learn things, just for the sake of learning them, just to know them.
Something I had no idea about until I got married and moved in with a man is that there are men out here watching YouTube. And I'm not saying they're being radicalized on YouTube. I'm saying they're watching YouTube and learning about ancient civilizations in these videos with adorable graphics. They're very wholesome videos. Today, right now, as we speak, I'm watching a video with my husband about the collapse of the Bronze Age civilization. He would always go into the other room and be watching things. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, YouTube. I thought it was kind of sinister at first. I mean, I was like worried. And then I saw what he was queuing up, and it would be like how the Vikings conquered the North Sea with longships.
Even the dog's excited.
Specific, like History Channel, but very specific. We watched a mini.
The dog is like, conquer ships, Vikings, let's go.
Documentary on Boudica. I didn't know who that girl was. They're just learning. So sometimes Dave, my husband, will know things. I'm like, how do you know that? He's like, YouTube. So all I'm saying is there are people out here watching YouTube, and they're lifelong learners. So if you meet someone in the wild who happens to be a YouTube lifelong learner, it's probably a wholesome person. Just, watch the algorithm.
A couple of the comments here I was reading, you guys. Someone said that Melon said the radicalized stuff has one-shotted women. Totally. Yeah, we actually are being radicalized. But it's great to see you got a woman here who's like the conditioning has been, like Melon says, I thought it was sinister at first and I was worried. They've been conditioned to think, oh, this is sinister. No, they shouldn't just be knowing things. If they're just knowing things, they might know the wrong things. They need to know fewer and fewer things. You need to be on top of the things that they're knowing. But then she goes and she finds out he's knowing things. Look at this. He's just learning stuff. Just learning history for the fun of it. I've never felt so seen. she means she thought he was watching porn. Yeah. You know, it's funny. The thought had never even entered my mind, never even occurred to me. But that's probably true. But this is like these kinds of guys. You've got the newer version, which is, you know, YouTube, going and learning things on YouTube, and you've got the older version of guys who just know things. There's just stuff in their head. They just know about it. And you need to preserve that. This channels like Lessons from Hudson are a public service to everyone, to ensure that some of these old guys, that we preserve the knowledge that's in their heads before they shuffle off this mortal coil. Okay, another one of my occasional guilty pleasures when I get down a doom scrolling rabbit hole sometimes is these haircut transformation videos, and I've got a couple of them here. Here's the first one. Oh, damn it! I forgot to wear my my Christmas present tomorrow. I will wear my Christmas present tomorrow. I'm not going to spoil it, but it was just straight to the heart. All right, here's the first one. Oh man, what a transformation from, where was it? That to that. Oh my God. See, this is why Amy won't ever let me shave. She's afraid of what she'll see underneath it. They turned him into a groiper. Imagine how fast this dude's girlfriend broke up with him when he walked in. Jump scare. But then there was they should have stopped here. This would have been good right there. Bro went from Zeus to vacuum cleaner salesman. From Southern Porches to Southie Projects. From Chad to Chud. It was funny. Then I saw some people who were, did you shave your beard? Yes. I saw some people that were like, no, this is actually like, this is the Giga Chad. This is the Giga Chad emote in person here, because he's like, fuck it. We're going, we're going like mob enforcer or something like, like I don't know, mid-ranking mob bodyguard. He's just like, you know what? I'm just going to own it. I'm just going to own the face that I got. Now, here's the other one.
I've got that bald spot on top. Yeah. Kind of like to keep it hidden as much as possible.
Okay, so just cover it up, kind of make it look as full as possible.
Yes, sir.
And that beard, we got a lot going on with that. What are we doing with that?
I wanted to get a little shaped up, drawn it out for a while.
Okay, so what kind of shape are you wanting to go for? Because you got like really poofed out right now. You kind of wanted to...
I've seen a lot of your videos.
Yeah.
There's one that you did, took it over, kind of gave it more definition on the jawline.
Kind of like a square?
Yeah.
And do you care if I like pull it into your face a little bit?
That's fine. Yeah, I think I saw the Spartan one.
Yeah, like that? You want like that?
Yeah, that was good. I'm pretty used to the mullet style.
So modern mullet, you like it stay in front of the ear? You like kind of wrap around the ear?
Wrap around the ear.
And all the way to skin?
Yes, sir. I've been waiting a long time. My wife's starting to get a little
antsy?
Yes,
yes. So how long you had the appointment booked?
I think I did it in November. It said you were pushed out early November until about mid-December, and then you had an opening.
Cool, cool. How old are you?
I'm 24.
What does your wife think about the mullet?
She loves it.
Loves it.
Loves it.
Okay, so we got to make her happy today.
Yes, sir.
Ready to get back in the game?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
It's hard to breathe, but that's
All right, so there's your before. This after was, I did not expect this after. You guys know me too. I'm a sucker for these channels where it's like a guy who has like a normal job, but he's also turned it into, he's managed to create like a viral social media following with it as well, so that then he can I don't know if this guy's doing it, but he can provide the service for free to people because he's monetizing elsewhere. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this guy's 24. 24, already balding. Here's the before. Here comes the after.
Alright, hush.
Now he's like Travis Kelce maxing. I'm not. When I showed this to Amy, she said she's not a fan of the beard, which is nice to hear because I'm not either. Very. It's kind of nig coated, having that that perfectly manicured thing like that. But the hair, yeah, how the hell he salvaged the hair is wizardry. That is incredible that he pulled that off. From where is it? Right there. He turned this into that. That is remarkable work. I don't know if I don't know if he would be able, what happens when he washes his hair? Is it immediately going to look like shit? Who knows? But that kid knows how to cut hair. All right, look at this. First time Dana White showed face. This is a blast from the past. I think the next few here are all, these are all nostalgia coded. And then we're going to do a little Christmas content, then some Trump content. So here is the first time Dana White showed face. Dana White face bagging for the first time.
In the world. A lot of the credit for that goes to the gentleman who joined me now. Dana White, president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Dana,
look at him.
Congratulations on your first show. That's got to feel good.
Thank you very much, James. I appreciate it. We're very excited. We got a sellout crowd here, 5,000 people. Revved and ready to
Speaking
go.
of Norwood.
They are certainly revved. They are certainly ready to go. We've got veterans
He
on
looks
the
like
card.
a
We've got
fucking
newcomers on
nerd.
the card. We've got 2 belts on the line. What else does the UFC have to look forward to?
Basically, what we want to do is we want to make these Super Bowl of mixed martial arts. We want to make it more fan-friendly. We want to get the crowd involved in it, and we want to bring back the best fighters in the world.
Well, with leadership from guys like Lorenzo Fertitta, his brother Frank, of course, Dana, the future looks bright, bright, bright for the UFC.
Yeah, it looks like, Lex Friedman. See? This is proof that you don't have to look like a virgin soy dweeb. You don't have to. This is probably about the same age. This is Dana, I'm guessing, probably around the same age as Lex Friedman is now. You still have potential. Okay, so here's a little nostalgia, kind of like on weird multiple levels. How I think a Disney princess would sing "Numb" by Linkin Park.
This is how I think a Disney princess would sing Linkin Park. I'm tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes.
Admit it. Every single one of you did it. Every one of you. When it happened, every single one of you did the exact same thing. You have to be watching to get what I'm referencing. The tweet with it says, "Not me whispering, caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow." I didn't see, I was going through videos, so I didn't see the actual tweet until I'd already watched the video, and I was like, holy shit! It happened to me too.
Your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you.
Lincoln Dorella Park. Oh my god! Slutty Milk! You bastard! Lincoln Dorella Park. How does he do it? Yes, bud. Perfect pitch. It's fascinating to me that there's a I'd be very interested in watching a video of someone breaking down that Disney sound. Like, what is it that identifies that as the Disney sound to us? It's a very distinct style. That's it's musical theater adjacent, but it has its own really distinct quality to it. And when you hear it, you're like, oh yeah, that's Disney style singing. Some of it is the random spoken, kind of breathy spoken lines. But she's even doing something to her voice to create a particular tone that is distinctly Disney. Okay. In a similar, well, this is also potentially nostalgic, but probably in a very different way. Did you know you can have a rock band play a live concert in the Miami Beach Surfcomber Hotel pool filled with beautifully genetically American men and women in bathing suits while international supermodels dance on stage? I mean, you can't today because being in close proximity to a woman in a bathing suit is harassment, and concerts are in abandoned factories clouded in marijuana smoke, and music is about abandoning traditional family values, and all your behavior is documented for social media, and gatherings over 50% white are discouraged, if not impossible, due to the Great Replacement. But you used to be able to. A completely alien society existed just over a decade ago. We have footage of it and stories of it, and somehow it still is completely unbelievable to look at. There are a few vestiges left of the world that existed at MTV Spring Break 2003. You used to be able to turn on the TV and see a bunch of drunken white college kids united in the pursuit of dumb fun. You used to be able to see Carmen Electra in a bathing suit talk about the upcoming wet t-shirt contest. You used to be able to go months without seeing a homosexual. You used to be able to participate in this utopia. We are going to deport and arrest as many as it takes until our country looks like this again. What's crazy with this here is that I remember being this age and seeing this and looking at this as like, oh, that's like yucky degenerate stuff. You know, I'm a good Christian boy. That's like the degenerate fringes of society out there. And now you look back at it and you're like, I mean, yeah, but there's almost something that's like quaint and wholesome about it. It's very innocent. And then there's this one. Sound is a little bit better on this one. The world you grew up in no longer exists.
You could be my someone, you could be my seed. You know that I will save you from all of the unclean. I wonder what you're doing, I wonder where you are. There's oceans in between.
Are we saying that George W. Bush's America was superior to Trump's America? I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, if you wanted to call him that, I don't think that. Sure, yeah. I don't think that there's like a you're just like slapping a label on it, but that label doesn't have very much, if anything, to do with the content. Yeah, I think it's a fundamentally liberal thing to have like this belief that we're at the end, or that we're at. It's that end of history sentiment is it just proliferates all throughout every various different sociological derivation of modern society. At least among the people with political thoughts that they've considered. There's a lot of people who aren't even capable of considering political thoughts like that. So if you take that sample of people, the people who are capable of contemplating political cycles and that kind of thing, everyone has this feeling of like, we're at the end. The next thing that happens is going to be where it turns the corner, or, but the more that I read and learn and everything, the more I'm convinced that every single generation feels that way about their generation. And it's, in a certain sense, it's true about every generation. And we could have basically essentially like an eternal return of people, every generation thinking that. Every generation thinks, okay, we are at the end. We're in totally uncharted territory, and the next thing to come down the pike is going to change it all, and we're right on the cusp of something radical and transformative, and every single generation thinks that. And in one sense, it is true for every single generation, but in another sense, it's not. Every generation thinks they're the last one. And they are the last one of their generation. Like their generation lives and dies with them. But the next generation lives and dies with itself, and so on and so on and so on. So I think like all the people make these big, vast proclamations about, there's this permanence to like this next thing is going to be the thing that's permanently instantiated forever. And the life just keeps going, man. It just keeps plugging along. Yeah, it sticks out to me a lot because I grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist. So I was constantly forced to think about the end times and the final generation and like this kind of thinking. So I can smell it all over the place. And maybe for other people that didn't have that necessarily, like it's more subtle to them. They don't realize they're participating in that. But I see it all over the place. And, everyone just, they think my generation's going to be the last one. And so it's time just goes on. People are going to look back at this time with fondness and nostalgia. And they're going to be like, oh, man, if only things could be like that again. And yet at the same time, there'll be lots of reasons why there's lots of reasons why you would want to live in their time as well. So I guess what I'm saying is, don't live in the end of history. Just you are blessed to live in the time that you live, and it is your responsibility to make sure that you do everything you can to make the next generation better than the one before. And in some ways, the next generation will be better regardless of what you do. And in some ways, it'll be worse regardless of what you do. But there's lots of different frames that you can use to look at reality. And you can just choose to look at one where things are getting better and better. Okay, another one here. So like I said at the top, I had a bunch of these that were just sort of, I've been sitting on them for a little while, and so I tried to put them in some sort of a vaguely coherent order. But this one is a news report on 1980s Valley Girl slang. This is now I understand why everyone hates this performative action. This is accent. This is just bizarre. Totally bizarre to watch, as imagining that this world existed.
And so our language changes, becomes richer, becomes poorer. And now, as Terry Drinkwater reports, there is a new outbreak of Americanisms, and it may be spreading.
She's a valley girl,
First, understand, like, there's this valley, the San Fernando Valley, the biggest bedroom suburb of Los Angeles. In the valley, of course, they're girls. And like all teenage girls, they talk. But as scholars of the language note, in a most peculiar way.
Like tubular. Well, it's like a totally great day. It's like totally awesome. Gag me with a spoon.
Among the Valley girls is 14-year-old Moon Zappa, the daughter of rock and roll humorist Frank Zappa. Together, they put the talk on a hit record.
Oh my god, your toenails are like so grody. It was like really embarrassing.
Get your chin way out there and pronounce everything so that it sounds as if you've got marbles in your mouth, okay? It's grody to the max. That means it's disgusting. It's totally grody. It's like if you have to work or like do housework and clean your room. It's like stuff like that. It's like gag me with a spoon. It's totally yuck.
I'm getting my braces off me. But I have to wear a retainer. That's going to be really like a total bummer. I'm freaking out.
The bemused parents of Valley girls spend
So these are like, let me think about this. Does it say what 1980s? So this is like, these are basically like old, like early Gen Xers. This is early, and maybe into, depending on when in the 80s this is, but I think this is probably early Gen Xers basically. Maybe even late boomers, early Gen Xers, early to mid Gen Xers.
Fortunes on their teeth. Valley girls themselves spend fortunes on clothes and spend hours cultivating just the right tilt of the head, a demonstration. That's a Valley girl look?
Yep. And they usually go.
And then what's the other?
When they're mad.
Mine looks like a total space cadet.
Isaac said, where'd it go? I think this way of speaking got bullied out of existence. Sort of, but it also is the thing that bred a lot of, like if you think of this particular accent, if you think of it in like linguistic terms, because that's what it is. It is kind of like a dialect of sorts. Then it spawned a bunch of other dialects as well, including the like this is the actual Valley Girl accent. What people call the Valley Girl accent is usually a sort of a blunted or sort of a watered down version of this, where it's kind of just like up talk, where you just like finish all your sentences like on an up talk, it was sort of a downstream thing from this.
With school out, Valley girls have started migrating to the beach. And because of Moon Zappa's record, Valley talk is migrating across the country. So beware, America. There are reports tonight that grody to the max was heard in St. Louis.
Park out. Gag me with a spoon. Gross.
Terry Drinkwater, CBS News in the Valley.
Makes me want to commit crimes, listening to people talk like that. The, millennial hipster speak, it became millennial hipster speak, and it also, I was thinking, we were talking in the King Pill Discord voice chat last night about what was the thing we were trying to figure out? Oh, we were trying to figure out if, hypothetically, if you were to take a large language model and train it on every single character that is typed into the internet, like including texting, emails, messages, forum posts, blog posts, video descriptions, newspaper articles, journal articles, everything. Every single character that was produced by an actual human being typing onto the internet every single day. Right now, which generational cohort would be responsible for the largest percentage of in terms of total volume of texts or total volume of characters, text characters. And it's basically impossible to get something like that. So I think Mr. Sue asked Grok, and Grok said Gen Z, but Grok was answering sort of a different question. I think it wasn't capturing it exactly correctly. But my thought was millennials. I was thinking millennials were probably the ones who did it the most. And this goes to more than just sheer volume of messages being sent or sheer volume of it's like you had different trends where people would abbreviate things, which was kind of an early. I remember this being like in the 90s when you would have things like the emergence of LOL or ROFL or like LUV 2B or CU. And at first that was the thing that like the kids did because it was a texting thing. You do the T9 texting, so you would have to, you had minimal numbers of characters you could use. But then, like now it's cringe to do things like IC or OIC or like you see you later. Yeah, there you go. See you later. Yeah, GTG got to go. All of those things have become, it's cringe to do that because only boomers do that now. Boomers are the ones that do those little abbreviations. But now but LOL has gotten through. Everyone uses LOL. Everyone uses LMAO. Those are all ones. BRB still is kind of around a little bit. AFK, yeah, a lot of people don't know what AFK is. WTF is one that's still around a little bit. But so there's like some of those abbreviations you can do, and then there's some that are just cringe. TLDR, yeah, TLDR is one that's stuck around. Wang half, yeah, white ass niggas going hard as fuck. But but then it's funny, like then you have the people who say the abbreviations out loud. Like, have you ever been talking to someone who has said LOL? I wanted to poison them. I wanted to put a bag over their head and bury them in a hole. It's so weird. No, you just type those things. You don't say LOL out loud. That's very odd. You don't say LMAO out loud unless you're doing it ironically. Now, that's another thing, is that you can do these things if you're doing them ironically. And so you get layers and layers here. I just want to gag him with a spoon, yeah. You heard someone say XD RAR? Oh my God. For the lols, okay, that one's a little different. Like, you could say for the lols, like I did that for the lols. That's different than just saying lol or LOL. But it's funny how that's a thing that started out as a kid's thing, but now it's become only an old person's thing. So, as I was thinking about this, because if you're talking like sheer volume of characters produced by boomers, then on one hand they're probably going to be really wordy because they're writing like like an email and they're like narrating what they did during the day or something like that, and so they'll say things, they'll explain things that younger generations, it's like, it's weird that you're explaining that. Like, I don't need to know that. Why are you telling me about that? Yeah, so I think, so imagine like the difference between an LLM. Oh, that's how we got started thinking about it, because I realized that there is something to the LLM speak, the kind of like sort of overly saccharine way that the LLMs speak sometimes is very boomery. It sounds like a boomer writing sometimes. If you watch like boomer comments on Facebook, that's the boomer comments on Facebook when they comment on like an AI video of like some kid rescuing a dog from the water or something that's so obviously clearly AI, and they're like, "Oh my God, he is so amazing. God bless his soul." Just the way that they talk, that accent that they have is one that the LLMs have definitely picked up big time. And I wonder if it's because they trained on boomers posting on Facebook. So then imagine an LLM that was trained exclusively on just the average daily output of a millennial versus an average daily output of a Zoomer versus a Gen X versus Boomer. The LLMs themselves would have completely different accents, like digital accents. That'd be an interesting thing to do, but it would be hard because you want people to just you don't want them to be performative. You want them to just talk like they normally do. So they can't know that their text is being captured and used for that purpose. Mr. Sue says, I don't think it's so much boomer talk as it is the LLM trying to sound authoritative and laughing off their blunders, but with a superiority complex. So, yeah, boomers. Okay, anyways, so let us continue here. Let's get a little Christmas content. Every year at noon on Christmas Eve, the European mind cannot comprehend this. Every year at noon on Christmas Eve, my great-uncle Herman would set off a stick of dynamite, religiously scaring the crap out of the family. My dad started shooting tannerite to carry on the tradition. Now I do it. This is the most American thing I've ever seen.
I got you.
Wait for it. Hell yeah! Big explosion, me happy! That guy was way too damn close to that. Here's another view from a previous year. Ah! Kaboom! Kaboom! Imagine this. Like, you've got Brits who are coming to the U.S. and going to, like, a shooting range and shooting assault rifles and then going home and getting arrested. Yes, Euro Bros, this is what we do here in the States. Just because we can. It's a Christmas tradition. We just do big tannerite explosions out in the yard just for funsies. Where'd it go? Where was that explosion? Why is it so hard to find? Oh, there it is. Yeah! Boom! Gary Busey has a Christmas gift for all of us to enjoy.
Hey, it's Gary Busey, and I have got a great Christmas present for you. Listen to this. That's what a goose sounds like when they're flying. They let you know they're up there. You get a bunch of geese together. They're honking in the air.
Thank you, Gary. Very cool. And you know what dawned on me when I watched this is that Gary Busey is like high functioning Frankie McDonald, basically. That's what he is. He's like if Frankie McDonald was slightly more high functioning and could go like actually have a successful acting career or something like that. Oh, that reminds me. I need to add that to the. I've got some Frankie McDonald things to add to the soundboard. It's so much easier to add stuff to soundboard now. This is so much better. So let me. Frankie McDonald, like his retard alert. Look at this from the Trump War Room account. I don't know if you guys saw these videos going around of Trump talking to the kids on the phone for Christmas, but someone made an edit. I think they're the original ones who posted it, and he was not actually dressed up like Santa, but you can't tell the difference, so we're just going to assume that this is actually real.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that at all costs. But you don't want clean, beautiful coal, right? Not coal. No, you don't
What
want
an incredible
coal
Santa.
You mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is good hearing him laugh. Look at this one here. Kid asks for a pinball machine, and listen to Trump.
So?
I would like the most if you
A gumball or make your own pinball machine.
No, pinball machine, that's great. You know Elton John, he did Pinball Wizard. We'll have to send you a copy of Pinball Wizard. Well, that sounds great, actually. So Santa's not going to let you down. Santa is a good Santa, not going to let you down.
Santa deniers on suicide watch. Uncle Doomer said incredible pull from Trump here because in the movie version of Tommy, Elton John does in fact do Pinball Wizard. You fool, you've made one of the classic blunders. Never go up against Trump when knowledge of musical theater is on the line. There were some great comments here. The man is unstoppable. Let's see here. As I understand it, Trump has total recall for the fruitiest cultural products of the 70s and 80s, harm to wildlife caused by green energy, the grittier details of Russiagate, and shoots from the hip on everything else. So true. Talking to kids in a manner like you talk to an adult like this is actually very good for their development. Pinball? Yeah, pinball's great. Do you know Elton John? That kid is going to remember who Elton John is now. Totally. He only knows music they played in nightclubs in the 70s and 80s. He really was meant to be a RuPaul judge. It's sad. Mango Mussolini was supposed to be a RuPaul judge. We're told he's a bad guy, but he's able to converse with kids in such a genuine way. Nothing makes this guy happier than over-the-top musicals. It's probably the only good thing about him. Oh, God, I love the man so much. Look at this from the NORAD, or from the Department of War account. They said the NORAD Santa mission is in full effect. Brush up on your FAQs, learn the specs of Santa's sleigh, and keep watching the countdown clock as our military helps make St. Nick's journey successful. And the image that they used for this post, which is real, I confirmed, it's quote tweeted here, is the image that was used in the Q drops. Where are my Q-tards at? Where are you at, boys? Who up Qing they anon? Q-roll, where's Q-roll? Mission full effect, same picture as in the Q drop. So yeah, here you go. Here's the original tweet. There's been so many of these. There has been so many of these from these accounts, from the NORAD accounts, Department of War, the Department of the Navy. They've had a whole bunch of Q hints like this that are wild to see. This is a Q drop here. Note the pictures we post are all originals. Think about what that means. So, yeah, if you guys, there's an episode, if you want to go back, if you want to have some real fun schizo fun, there's a real fun schizo time. There's an episode I did. It's probably on the YouTube channel, probably about 6 months ago, maybe, where we went through a documentary that goes through all the Q details that make the best case for it. It's very fun, very interesting to see. The agency accounts are obviously the jobs handed to the Zoomers. Yeah. Yeah, Bobby Ballbags, where you been, man? You missed seeing me cry about my dog. There was this article here. I bookmarked this like 2 weeks ago when everyone was talking about this article from Vanity Fair, where Susie Wiles said something about Trump having an alcoholic's personality. And Trump said, he defended her and said she was right to tell Vanity Fair he has an alcoholic's personality and that he wasn't offended by her word choice. And Ben Braddock here said Trump has an alcoholic's personality is a perceptive statement and not at all an insult. If you look at the phenotype that performs better than anyone else in extreme situations, hunters, warriors, fighter pilots, EMTs, etc., they have a variant of the COMT gene that drives rapid clearance of excess dopamine in the prefrontal cortex. These people perform better and are calmer under pressure. But because their brains are eating dopamine 4 times faster than a normal person, they're prone to boredom when the pressure is off. In a classroom, a kid with this gene looks like they have an attention deficit because they're bored. In a crisis, they turn into a high-performance machine. It's why I've long argued that ADHD isn't a disease or disorder, but an important personality type without which you can't have a society. This gene is a root cause for a lot of alcoholics because alcohol consumption initially spikes dopamine, but because the dopamine is rapidly cleared, they drink more and more to chase that feeling. You see how bored Trump gets in normal mundane situations and how lively he becomes in high-stakes situations. This is why his best media appearances are always with journalists who are out to get him, or why he jumped up after getting shot to pump his fist in the air. There's an incredible amount of alpha in being a teetotaler with the wiring of an alcoholic. A teetotaler with the wiring of an alcoholic. How is that for... Yeah, he is the hunter! A teetotaler with the wiring of an alcoholic. He said, side note, this is probably why pretty much every former alcoholic consumes copious amounts of coffee, and why Trump has a button on his desk for ordering Diet Coke. This should be a mandatory education at the basic school in Quantico. Really would really save the Marines millions in officer alcohol abuse incidents. Especially given how heavily this type of man is selected for in the military. A lot of problems could be avoided. A lot of guys are printing this out and showing their wives. Oh, yeah. Trump has narcissistic personality disorder, though, but there are enough commonalities in how NPD and ADHD present, which it's like boomer slop now to think that Trump is narcissistic. I mean, all men are narcissistic and all women are borderline. That's how Hashem made us. Yeah. I mean, yes, but Trump is not particularly narcissistic more than anyone else. Like if all you do is you look at like specific instances of his public persona, then you might come away with that. But if you actually genuinely think he has a disordered personality around narcissism, you just haven't. It's boomer posting. You're completely out of the loop. Pale Morning Dude says Trump's response of "yeah, she's right" is a great Machiavellian response. Denying it would make him look weak, but accepting it and doubling down makes him look strong. Yes, and he doesn't like. I don't even think that he really thinks those things through that much. It's just instinctive for him. This is just a natural expression of his personality. We got Pat Fussy here in the chat. A great patriot. Says, as a Scots-Irish former alcoholic with ADHD who drinks coffee 24/7, can confirm. So really, you're basically our president. Pat Fussy is our president. Is what I'm hearing here. What got censored here? Scarf drip mixed with some wigger swag. You said wigger. You can't say wigger. It has to be wigga, unless you're a mod. So slutty milk, and me and my wife can say wigger, but everyone else has to say wigga. Yeah, slutty milk is gonna hang his wigger wang in front of you. Oh yeah, middle initial J. Yep, Pat J Fussy, middle initial. That gave it away. I should have seen that before. Okay, here you go. 1993. Thank you to the great Mythomaga account. You guys are missing out on some Kino if you're not following Mythomaga. In 1993, Trump testifies before Congress about the possibility of the mob taking over Native American... Excuse me. Taking over Native American casinos. Here's a great early example of Trump eschewing political correctness and arguing with career politicians. They don't look like Indians to me.
In spite of the FBI testimony that this is not a significant problem, Mr. Trump, in one sentence you say they are the most capable of agencies and that you're not a law enforcement expert, and then you tell us that you have superior knowledge to their knowledge about the extent of organized crime on Indian reservations.
You've got a totally closed mind on the subject, sir. We could walk in here with the greatest proof in the history of the world, and frankly, your mind is so closed for whatever reason that I can't believe it.
But you don't
but
have
if
that.
you really want to, if you really want to study this,
Yes.
when you tell me that there are no FBI agents assigned to the Indian reservations, and yet you have tremendous numbers in Las Vegas and in Atlantic City, tremendous numbers. In fact, two of their largest places. I want to tell you something. You have a long way to go. And for whatever reason, you have a closed mind. I don't know why. Perhaps you could tell me.
No, Mr. Trump, I have a closed mind against evidence that is not substantiated.
Oh, well.
I have a closed mind against statements that are made about other people in generality.
You're going to be very
I have a
embarrassed in
closed
2
mind
years,
when
sir.
You go on a radio show and you say, now some drunken Indians want to come down here and open a reservation.
I didn't say that, sir. Quote it. I didn't say that. Who
He didn't
said
say
that?
it.
Who said that? I'd like an apology right now because I didn't say that.
Imus opened the broadcast, so, excuse me, Mr. Imus said that.
Okay.
Imus said
Could I
that.
please have an apology?
You can have an apology.
Thank you, sir.
And then you went
He's
on
a
to-
gracious king.
Is this you discussing Indian blood? We're going to judge people by whether they have Indian blood, whether they're qualified to run a gaming casino or not?
That probably is me, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the
You motherfucker, how dare you? I didn't say that. You need to say sorry. What about this? Did you say that? Oh, yeah, I probably did say that, and I'm going to tell you why.
By whether they have Indian blood, whether they're qualified to run a gaming casino or not?
that probably is me, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me. And they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. And a lot of people are laughing at it, and you're telling how tough it is, how rough it is to get approved. Well, you go up to Connecticut, and you look. Now, they don't look like Indians to me, sir.
Thank God that's not the test of whether or not people have rights in this country or not, whether or not they pass your look test.
Depends whether or not you're approving it, sir.
No, it's not a question of whether I'm approving it. It's not a question of whether I'm approving it. Mr. Trump, you know in the history of this country where we've heard this discussion before, they don't look Jewish to me.
Oh, really?
They don't look
Well.
Indian to me. They don't look Italian to me.
Mm-hmm.
You done?
And that was a test for whether people could go into business or not go into business, whether they could get a bank loan. You're too black. You're not black enough.
I want to find out. Well, then why you're approving for Indian? Why don't you approve it for everybody then, sir? If your case is non-discriminatory, why don't you approve for everybody? You're saying only Indians. Wait a minute, sir. You're saying only Indians can have the reservations. Only Indians can have the gaming. So why aren't you approving it for everybody? Why are you being discriminatory? Why is it that the Indians don't pay tax, but everybody else does? I do. Why is it that I pay tax? Why is it that senior citizens get tremendous benefit from the taxes that a certain industry does, but the Indians aren't contributing to that? Why aren't the Indians, excuse me, sir, why aren't the Indians that are making all the money in Connecticut?
Excuse me. Shh. Quiet.
Which is the most successful of the Indian reservations. Why aren't they spreading the wealth with the other Indians, sir? Why don't you do something for the other Indians that are living in total poverty? Because you know why? Because their reservation
Mr. Trump,
is
if you'll
too
give
far
the
away.
chairman a chance to answer your questions, I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he will, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he will. 1993. So the guy he was talking to was Representative George Miller, a politician out of California. He was a U.S. representative from California from 1975 to 2015. 1975 to 2015. For 40 years. Now, here's a crazy thing. I'm going to come back here and show you. Is there a better shot of him? I think here toward the beginning. This is, so there's George Miller. And there's Trump. George Miller is 1 year older than Donald Trump. Only a year. Look at that difference between the two of them. Only a year different in age. George Miller now is even still alive. Yeah, he is still alive. I wonder if there's a way of getting... He kind of reminds me... Look at this. Look at this. Doesn't he look like Tim Walz? I just saw that when I looked over at this. I was like, that looks like Tim Walz with darker hair. So let's see if George Miller... I'm curious to see what he looks like now. See, he's a year older than Trump. I don't know when that picture was taken. Is there any of these that a workaholic retiree since leaving Congress? He looks so much older than Trump at that time. Is there a date on this one? No, it's fucking C-SPAN. What an abortion. Yeah, I don't know. He's it's crazy that Trump is 80. He's starting to look like he's over the last couple of years. He's definitely started to look older. But yeah, back then, the guy's only a year older than him. So, and the guy had been in Congress for 18 years at that point. California's Tim Walz. All right, so a mortgage loan officer says he's now taking on foreclosures at illegal alien homes who are getting government-backed mortgages. This is a little bit of an older one. This was posted on December 11th, and I hadn't gotten to it yet. But so this is a little bit older news, but it's good news.
This week, I started doing foreclosures on undocumented properties. Properties that the people had to leave in a hurry. I just left one. Pizza boxes, open, pizza was still there. All the food was still in the pantry. They grabbed whatever valuables they could, left everything else behind. These are foreclosures, so these are homes that were bought using FHA, guaranteed by the government for undocumented people. Last month, over 252,000 people were deported in Texas alone. So all of a sudden, we're starting to see the effects now. I did another one yesterday.
Now, he says 252,000 deported from Texas alone last month, meaning the month of November, which I believe this is when the video was taken in December. That is if there were 252,000 people deported from Texas alone in November, that has not been captured in the official numbers. So I don't know what he's talking about FHA foreclosures. So I don't know if maybe he's saying that there was 252,000 FHA foreclosures in Texas. I don't know where he's getting this number of 252,000, but imagine if the deportation numbers are actually understated. Like they're actually underestimating how many people have been deported. It's funny, I just saw now that The Guardian is running a story saying that they are over-reporting the numbers by almost twice. They're doubling the actual numbers. Now, ask yourself, why do you think that The Guardian would feel compelled to run a story saying, no, actually, the Trump administration hasn't deported as many people as they claim they have? Because you have to like run that story in parallel with the Trump is threatening and attacking all the poor brown people and terrorizing them. Why would you run a story that, no, actually, they haven't done as many as they say they do? Yeah, Pale Morning, dude. Demoralization. Literally foreign propaganda. To reduce self-deports. Yep. Spud Ruckus, to demoralize the base. Yes. Yes. Why? So why do you think they follow on from that? Like, not only are they doing that to demoralize the base, they know that will demoralize the base. And likely they know it's not true. So then why would you, base right-winger, decide that the best thing for you to do would be to spread The Guardian propaganda?
They come tagged as possible undocumented immigrant. Furniture's there, fish tank, dead fish. They left in a hurry. If you want to see that content, I put that content on my wife's page or on my YouTube page. My wife's page is Ants and Liz, or Ants_Liz, or Ants Inc. on YouTube. They all go there too. I don't flood them on this page. But it looks like that's becoming a trend.
So, look at this. This is the foreclosure home that sparked that video. I have an inspection business, and do foreclosure occupancy checks for banks. I've been putting up foreclosure videos for over a year. They're all on my YouTube. I did this through the whole 2008 housing crash. This isn't my first rodeo. Is this becoming a trend? Another undocumented foreclosure, everything left behind.
Is this going to become a trend? This is another home where I've been told the undocumented just left. First time here. And a lot of this stuff's still here. Looks like they left in a hurry. Not sure what happened, but again, even some of the pantry stuff is still here. Left food behind and all. Doesn't make any sense.
These are illegal aliens living in this house with an FHA mortgage.
Very hard to tell
This house
exactly what was going on, but
looks like it's probably
home completely unlocked.
3 to 4 bedrooms.
Looks like everything left behind.
Fully furnished.
Wonder what's back there. But
maybe an office.
Is this becoming a trend?
Got a TV. They've got a Mac.
I'm surprised the house
Fish
actually
tank.
doesn't smell. You would think with everything that's been left out, the odor would be horrendous, and it's not. Awkward place to have a computer.
We're deporting chirp people and you're black pilling? Yeah. Was it chirping before or after they left? Yeah, meanwhile, rent is $1,400 in a studio apartment. So this was a couple of weeks ago. You know, who knows what how much the story may have changed between now and then. But so people are hightailing it out of there. And also, you can't tell me that this is happening and that the illegals aren't being deported. Hopefully they're self-deporting. Hopefully these were not people who were actually deported. Because if they were just going to GTFO, I don't want ICE having to deal with any more people than they possibly have to. I want as many as possible to self-deport. Just get out. This was a couple of days ago here. A federal judge just upheld Trump's $100,000 H-1B fee. Now, it was Christmas, so I can let it slide that maybe people just weren't focusing on these sorts of things. They were spending time with family, and that's why I haven't seen anybody talking about it. But I am old enough to remember when we were told that the fee was, it wasn't enough, and also it was never going to stand, and it was just going to get swatted down. And all these people who want to spread this demoralization propaganda, they never circle back and go, oh, hold on a second, wait, I was wrong. A federal judge just upheld Trump's $100,000 H-1B fee, rejecting the U.S. Chamber of Commerce challenge. This confirms the executive branch has real authority to deter low-wage visa abuse, even over corporate objections, and sets the stage for broader visa reform without waiting on Congress. President Trump didn't exceed his authority by imposing a $100,000 charge on new H-1B workers hired from outside the U.S., a federal judge in Washington found, and a significant win for the administration's claims to nearly unfettered authority to restrict entry into the U.S. Now that this has gotten the judicial stamp of approval, then perhaps they can do $200,000, or they could say $100,000 on every single renewal. Not just $100,000 on the first one. You can gradually ratchet it up more and more and more. Yes, Bloody Milk. This is why they didn't press for the $100K annual, probably would have lost in court. But if you take it this way, and you build on it, you build on those wins, then you can actually make them stick around. Scott Adams breaks down all the ways the Democratic Party is a criminal organization. Let's listen to the unk here. One of our greatest unks.
Is it going too far if I said that the Democrats are a criminal organization, the entire entity? Now, I don't mean every voter. You know, voters probably are just, going blah, blah, blah. Everybody's bad. Democrats have some problems. Republicans have some problems, but I prefer the Democrats. So most voters I think, are blissfully unaware of just how much crime is happening. But if you look at it collectively, here are just some of the things. So you've got thousands, if not millions, of NGOs. And we know now that the NGOs are essentially money laundering operations. So those would be mostly Democrat criminal organizations, or at least, they'd be involved in something that would be, I think you would call it money laundering. We know that these SNAP funds were massively stolen, and that was primarily by Democrats. We might find out that Act Blue is a criminal organization. I think we will. Some people say that our elections were rigged primarily by Democrats. That would be crime. You could argue how proven that is or not, but in my opinion, I think the rigging of elections is just a fact. And I think it leans heavily toward the Democrats. Not that no Republicans ever cheated, but probably there's a pretty big difference in scale. Then there's everything in California. Basically, it seems like every dime that California gets, it just disappears. The fire recovery money didn't go to the people who were recovering. The bullet train never happened. The money for the homeless didn't help anybody. So pretty much everything in California is even worse than Minnesota, and it's all criminal. To me, it looks criminal. And
I'm seeing people are talking now about estimates for, they've been doing the fraud in Minnesota. I think the last number I saw was like $18 billion. $18 billion worth of fraud affiliated with election rigging and illegals imported and all that sort of thing. The numbers that I've seen coming out now talking about California are like, I think the one I saw was 78 billion, 76 billion, somewhere in there. Think about the how much money $76 billion is. $76 billion. You if you saw $76 billion sitting in front of you, you wouldn't, your brain wouldn't be able to process it. Let me see if I can, let's ask Grok. How many pallets of $100 bills is $76 billion? Pallets of $100 bills. A typical pallet holds 640,000 bills. 1,188 pallets. 1,188 pallets. That's how much $76 billion is. Just straight up fraud. And I mean, so probably the entire country is, I don't know, it depends on how you want to define fraud, but let's say $300 billion, $500 billion, something like that. We're talking like 20,000 pallets of $100 bills. How many acres would 1,188 pallets cover? A standard Federal Reserve cash pallet has a footprint of approximately 40 inches by 48 inches. About 13.33 square feet per pallet. So a third of an acre. So for California alone, it would be a third of an acre's worth, just over a third of an acre's worth of pallets of $100 bills. Just for California.
then you got this whole operation where the
Can I just buy a house? Like, would that be okay? Would it be okay if I just like buy a house that isn't 100 times inflated?
Democrats find ways to fund teachers who are all Democrats, and then they donate to Democrat people. So you got some kind of circular money laundering thing. Then you've got the main Democrats who pulled the Russia collusion hoax.
Lord Breezy says, for reference, that's probably 500 to 600 53-foot trailers. And that's just Minnesota. 500 semi-trucks worth of $100 bills just for Minnesota.
You've got the Clinton, what was that big Clinton initiative that was probably just a money laundering thing?
The Clinton Foundation?
Yeah, the Clinton Foundation. Thank you. So pretty much every major story that involves gigantic fraud seems to be Democrats. Now, just to be clear, I'm not giving Republicans a pass. Maybe they're just better at it, right? You know, it's hard to believe that all the crime is just on one side of the political aisle. That would be weird, right? But am I wrong? Am I in a bubble? Am I in some kind of a bubble where I'm only seeing the Democrat bad behavior? You know, I hear lots of accusations about Trump personally, but that stuff tends to be all transparent in public. You know, he's not hiding it. You know, it's in the news. It's you can tell he did this with crypto. You could tell he did this with whatever. So you could disagree or not like what Trump does, but that's still not.
I can't remember who I was listening to, but somebody said the reason that Trump did the Trump coin was basically to recapitalize himself after all of the money that he had to spend defending himself and campaigning and all of that. And so that was the purpose of the Trump coin. And as someone who lost money on the Trump coin and knew that I was going to lose money on the Trump coin, I don't mind one little bit. Very happy to donate some money. Oh, Tom Luongo. Okay, yeah. Very happy to donate some money to my president.
Republicans, that would be something you don't like about Trump. So am I wrong that this is so imbalanced toward Democrats that if you said the Democrats are, at least as a party, not the individual voters, but it seems like a criminal organization. And I mean that without any hyperbole.
So true, Uncle Scott. I think that the Democrat Party just needs to be outlawed. Look at this. This is her name is Sheila Cherflis McCormick from Florida.
The N-word.
She posts this picture. From my family to yours, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a joyful, safe holiday season. Look at this image. Well, some of the internet sleuths happened to zoom in on her finger and observed that there is a ring missing from her finger in this official government photo of her. Here's the original. This is the original photo. Her official government photo as a congresswoman from Florida. She's wearing a ring here that was digitally removed on the other picture. Where did she get that ring? She spent stolen FEMA funds on a $109,000 ring. 109? That's an interesting number. What did she mean by this? Where is the, here's the article on this. Look at this. A federal indictment accuses Cherflis McCormick, 46, and her brother Edwin Cherflis, 51, of conspiring to steal $5 million in FEMA funds that were accidentally overpaid to their family healthcare company in 2021. The money was allegedly, quote, routed through multiple accounts to disguise its source before being funneled into her congressional campaign. According to the indictment, she also used some of the federal disaster money to purchase a more than $100,000, 3.14 carat, fancy vivid yellow diamond ring from a jewelry store headquartered in New York City. She allegedly used a $109,000 cashier's check to buy the ring on September 1 of 2021. Her official portrait on the U.S. House of Representatives site, among other places, shows her sporting a flashy yellow diamond ring stacked atop a diamond band. Here's a Tiffany & Co. client advisor said the rings in question appear to be from the high-end retailer. Tiffany fancy yellow single row Celeste and the Victoria band ring. There was another number in here. Okay. So she's in 2026. She's set to face 27-year-old Broward County activist Elijah Manley in the Democratic Party for the District 20 seat. She won the primary in the heavily Democratic district by 5 votes and was reelected without opposition in 2024. She won the primary by 5 votes and was reelected without opposition. Just insane. As previously reported by the New York Times in March of 2021, Florida's Division of Emergency Management hired her Miramar-based Trinity Healthcare Services to register people for COVID-19 vaccines. That spring, Trinity sent the state an invoice of $50,578.50. But while the state intended to pay Trinity that amount, a decimal error led to a $5 million, $57,850 payment, an overpayment of $5 million. The suit claimed that the $5 million was just one of several overpayments, totaling more than $5.7 million. How coincidental that they just accidentally overpaid her several times, totaling almost $6 million. And Trinity ultimately refused to return the money. FEC records show that after the state signed the contract with Trinity and the overpayment occurred, she was the CEO. She loaned her campaign $6.2 million, which she then used to win a 2022 congressional race against Republican Drew Montez Clark. $6 million for her campaign. Records show that she loaned herself millions of dollars for her congressional campaign across more than 100 payments during the 2021 and 2022 campaign cycle, ranging from $7 to $2 million. This is like, it's funny because Scott says maybe the Democrats are just better at fraud than the Republicans are. This is just comical. The absolute brazenness of it. You create this company, Trinity Healthcare Services, for COVID, so you can get FEMA money. You accidentally get a wild overpayment multiple times, and then you use that money to buy yourself a fucking six-figure ring, and then fund your congressional campaign. This isn't something that she's not just doing this on her own. This was a coordinated effort. Somebody was intentionally funneling that money to her. This is how the Democrats don't have a get out the vote operation. They don't have like some really sophisticated operational like messaging apparatus or something at the grassroots. They literally just rig elections like this by taking FEMA money for COVID and laundering it through this bitch's campaign. Yeah, 6 million and 109. We live in a simulation, man. It's just like all the N-words during COVID who are getting PPP loans. Yep. Yeah, how many of those PPP loans wound up being used to rig elections? I'm sure a huge number of them. Okay, I need to use the bathroom and grab something real quick. So I'm going to throw you guys over to EWBSX for just a minute. When we get back, we'll talk about Epstein, and Tom Luongo's got a great post here about combating the matter of election fraud, which is very curious that you don't hear Thomas Massey or his ilk talking about this sort of thing, and then a whole bunch of other things as well. So I will be back here in just a few moments. Enjoy some EWBSX.
Fight the dust, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink. So don't stop, get it, until you chat it. Head and watch the way I navigate.
told you to sell. Who do you think you are, anyway? Yeah, you're fired. You were fired yesterday. Yeah, whatever. Hey, can I get a beer over here? Hey, guys. I'm sorry. All right, let's not do this, all right?
We got winners, we got losers, chain smokers and boozers, and we got yuppies, we got bikers, we've got thirsty hitchhikers, and the girls next door dress up like movie stars. I love this bar. We got cowboys, we got truckers, broken-hearted fools and suckers, and we got hustlers, we got fighters, early birds and all-nighters, and the veterans talk about their battle scars. I love this bar. I love this bar. It's my kind of place. Just walking through the front door puts a big smile on my face. It ain't too far. Come as you are. Bar. I've seen short skirts, we've got high techs, blue-collared boys and rednecks. We got lovers, lots of lookers. I've even seen dancing girls and hookers. And we like to drink our beer from a mason jar. I love this bar. Yes, I do. I like my truck. I like my girlfriend. I like to take her out to dinner. I like a movie now and then. But I love this bar. My kind of place. Just strolling around the dance floor with a big smile on my face. No cover charge. Come as you are. I love this bar. I just love this old bar.
Okay. Apologies for that. I had to get the heating pad because my lower back has been on edge all day and it's starting to seize up on me. So I got the heating pad down below, like down below on my back. That was quite the mix. I could hear it from my headphones. Gorillaz, and then Toby Keith, and then Led Zeppelin. And I can see the playlist here. The next thing coming up is Beautiful Eulogy, which is like I could say Christian rap, but you wouldn't quite understand exactly what that. It's not like Toby Mac Christian rap. It's like a different thing. Yeah, that's what's next. Followed by Outkast, and then Rich Mullins. So if you want a great mix that will always keep you on your toes, go download the EWBSX app and tune in for free every day, 24/7 radio for our guys. There's the advertising pitch. Had a tip come through. Let's play this real quick. Snickers ice cream sandwich.
Regardless what you play, I will always eat that leftist ass like corn on the cob. Which heads of the dragon are Taylor Swift and Sydney Sweeney? Because if that's a beast, there's no way they will get out of my netherworld. Sweet Antichrist multi BJ. HH.
Okay, I'm uncomfortable now. No, I don't want to think about that. I don't want that in my mind. No, thank you. Please don't put those things in my head. An Antichrist multi BJ. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, this one's an oldie but a goodie. Hold on.
Bruh, just go for it right now. Hurry up. Hold on, do it. Yeah. Oh my God.
I have not heard that one in forever. I was going through and clearing out some old files on my computer, and I was like, "What's this?" And I was like, "Oh my God, I have no idea." Oh my God, I have no idea when I downloaded that. It's been 8 years or something. This takes me back to the Vine days. Oh man, I remember hearing that, having heard that, and trying to find what it was. Like I'm like, what am I even hearing? I can't tell what he's saying apart from "oh my God." And I remember searching for it, and this is what what Google search was like 8 or 10 years ago. You couldn't search that clip up and come up with it. It was impossible. There were no explanations or anything on the internet. I spent like an hour one day just trying to find that. I'd heard it once upon a time in a video, but I didn't know what it was, and it got stuck in my head. I couldn't get it out. I couldn't find what it was from, and it took me a couple of years later. I saw it in another video and was able to chase it down. Do you remember those days? You remember when you could like search for things on the internet and just not get any results whatsoever? Not because you know the thing exists, but it's literally impossible to figure out where it is. Before we had like Urban Dictionary and the meme channels and the like meme documentation sites. What was it? Here, I'll play it one more time.
Bruh, just go for it right now. Hurry up. Hold on, do it. Yeah. Oh my God.
He's saying, "Ho, don't do it. Ho, don't do it. Oh my God." It auto completes for me now. Yeah, here you go. Here's the original. Call a quick little audible here. You can hold on, Rokana. Here's the original.
When you want to come in? Bruh, just go for it right now. Hurry up. Hold on, do it. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Wait.
That became, it's like, with TikTok now you have trending sounds. That's what you had on Vine. You would have a trending sound like that people would apply to a whole bunch of different things. For those who don't know what Vine was a video sharing. It was sort of like TikTok, but it was only 6 seconds. You could get a max of 6 seconds, and it spawned a whole universe of new skits and art forms and everything. Incredible. Okay, so Epstein list. Little background. Ro Kahana here, who sponsored the bill with Massey. This was December 19. The DOJ's document dump of hundreds of thousands of pages failed to comply with the law, authored by Thomas Massey and me. Color me entirely surprised. entirely surprised that the DOJ goes and dumps hundreds of thousands of new pages, but it's not good enough. No, it's not good enough. They didn't dump every single one immediately as the law required of them, despite the law having zero teeth whatsoever. He even says one document, 119 pages of grand jury testimony, was completely redacted. Yeah, because it's fucking grand jury testimony, you fucking retard. The DOJ literally cannot just dump unredacted grand jury testimony unless it's been released by a judge.
Back in my day, we just had a stable of 12 terminally online artists who trade pictures of hentai toes or gore for the information. This still works. It's just now people use AI. Look what they have to do to mimic a fraction of that power.
Yeah, it's so true. A stable of 12 terminally online autists who had who had hard drives and hard drives and hard drives full of the weirdest shit you could ever imagine. Just the weirdest shit. They were like their own LimeWire. I knew a couple of those guys. The good old days of like 10 years ago. Oh, look what they had to do to mimic a fraction of that power. The entire economy is now oriented around AI just to mimic a fraction of the power that 12 terminally online autists had. Yeah, 119 pages of grand jury testimony. Of course it's redacted. The frickin' law that you passed did not declassify unilaterally grand jury testimony. I don't even know if that would be possible. I don't even know if Congress could forcibly declassify something like that. Maybe, but they'd just be in a fight with a judge. It's grand jury testimony. You can't just, the Justice Department can't just release grand jury testimony. And he knows this. Now, it doesn't surprise me that Ro Khanna would do something like this. I think of the Democrats, he's like the closest thing you can get to a semi-half-decent, and even then, it's just, you know.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
There is nothing redeeming you can get out of the Democrat Party. But if there was, it might be Ro Khanna. But then you got Thomas Massie, who is teamed up with him across the aisle. So Latinx adjacent doctor, PhD, says, Ro, it's time to give it up, man. You drafted a bad bill. And Ro Khanna himself says, this is why your coalition is in so much trouble, man. You're out of touch with your own base. The base doesn't give a shit about the Epstein list, except for is just like sort of an entertaining thing. Nobody's vote is going to turn on the Epstein list. There's a whole bunch of people really committed to convincing you this is the case on the internet right now. And they are a tiny little sect that occupies a fringe corner of the internet that has zero clue how normal people are wired. This is the dumbest, gayest, most obvious operation of all time. For the 9 people who care about Epstein, the bill passed by Ro and Massie. So this is like the great Epstein, the freedom fighter. He got a bill passed by literally every single Democrat in Congress. You believe that the revelation of all of the Epstein stuff is the thing we must have and it will destroy the deep state. And literally every fucking Democrat voted for it. Are you saying every fucking Democrat just voted for their own destruction? Because that's what Thomas Massie wants you to believe. He wants you to believe every single Republican, except for Clay Higgins, just voted for their own destruction. Because that's what the Epstein list, if the Epstein list was what the Epstein list is supposed to be, that's what it would be. But it's not going to do that. In fact, I think it probably even goes further the other direction. I think it actually creates a statutory pretext to prevent the declassification of some things. It's actually running cover for those things, expanding what could be giving actual a statutory, it's not an obligation, but it's like extra statutory weight to statutory weight, I said, weight to the keeping things that have like national security implications classified. Here's what the bill, supposedly this great transparency act, it did not require any grand jury materials to be released by courts. The bill literally did not require that. And Ro Khanna, which is what it would have to require, and even then that might not be enough. And yet he's going to complain that they didn't unredact 119 pages of grand jury testimony. It allowed redactions for any sensitivity reasons, massive loophole. It excluded victims, but it provided no definition of this. So this is like a sloppily mashed together bill that is written in such a way as to seem like it's doing something, but actually carries virtually no teeth. It prescribed no penalties. So they can try to sue the Justice Department or something, but they didn't say, if this is not done, then this will be the consequence of it. And it did not declassify anything that is presently classified. Anybody who is giving you the Thomas Massie take on all of this is completely out of touch. That's the best I can possibly say for them. The fact that Massie has written this the way he has and continues to this day. Now, even today, he tweeted at somebody and he said, they were like, didn't you say you were going to release the list of names? And he said, no, I said I would release the list of names if this measure failed and if the victims gave them to me. And neither of those things has happened. So, on one hand, we're supposed to believe that the Trump administration is acting illegally and blocking what they're doing, but also this agenda initiative or whatever is succeeding. And also, he doesn't actually have the names that he said he had that he was going to read. Now it's just, oh yeah, if the victims give him... So the victims haven't even given him the names. He doesn't even know the names that are there. He doesn't have hey, I know what's in there, and I'm trying to get you to release that stuff that I know. He's just bluffing. Now, I could appreciate a good bluff on something like this, but the question is, to what end? How is this being utilized positively to promote the agenda of the Trump administration? That's your only obligation if you're a Republican member of Congress. Anything outside of getting in line behind the Trump agenda and facilitating it is a dereliction of duty. So there's no justification for all of this. Now, here's something that he could be spending his time on. Tom Luongo says, the idea that the states have full control over how elections are run for the House and Senate is actually a load of crap. Here is Article 1, Section 4 and 5 of the U.S. Constitution. Section 4, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. So the times and the manner of holding elections for senators and representatives is determined unilaterally by Congress, whether proactively or passively. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 5. Each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide. In other words, Congress can swoop in and pass a law that demands any of the following conditions on the states: voter ID, same-day voting, or forcing the candidates to win a three-legged sack race paired with a midget. Sorry, little person. The idea that we have to suffer these insane ballot harvesting activities by blue states is absurd and unconstitutional. And Congress can, per Section 5, invalidate any House or Senate member elected by rules they do not consider valid. The states are not supreme here. It's right there in the text, and amendments haven't superseded this. Ergo, things are this way because someone wants it this way. The Voting Rights Act is what is governing these fraudulent rules. Congress can and should repeal or amend the Voting Rights Act and stop this nonsense cold. In this case, it is an enumerated power of Congress, and as such, the 10th Amendment does not apply. The power flow is as follows. First, the states can hold elections as they see fit. Second, unless Congress passes a law which invalidates a particular practice. So the states are free to hold elections however they want, except to the extent that Congress passes laws to direct particular actions of theirs. Number 3, if they do not, Congress still retains the right to not certify those elected if Congress votes to do so for whatever grounds they come up with, no matter how arbitrary. There is no default Congress must butt out of state affairs here. The supremacy clause is in effect. So like he said, they can literally say that candidates have to win a 3-legged sack race while paired with a midget. And if Congress agrees that that's how elections are going to be conducted, that's how elections are conducted. Now you might say, "Oh, this is just like boomer Constitution posting or whatever." But what if Thomas Massie had dedicated all of his time and energy to running on this, saying, "We need to ensure we have secure elections. Look at all this evidence of voter fraud. Look at all of the ways these elections have been rigged." How would you not be hitting this constantly every single day? If you're going to do the whole Epstein thing and be the guy saying the no-no stuff out loud, well, how about you do it in a useful forum? Luongo says, "Oh, and as an addendum, why are such staunch libertarians like Rand Paul and Thomas Massie not tackling this very clear issue and campaigning and sponsoring legislation to end this insanity? They're the smartest guys in the room, or so they keep telling everyone, so why can't they read? This is a 100% populist issue. This isn't an 80-20, this is a 100-0. Everyone wants this cleaned up. Sponsoring a full cleanup and standardization bill for federal elections is a slam dunk path to real political power. So I asked the Twitter sphere again, why aren't they doing this? Epstein? Drug boats? Spending bills? Seriously? Election fraud is the single biggest issue coming into the midterms. You can't have a country if you don't have a border and you don't have secure elections. None of the rest of this stuff matters except to the degree it serves these two ends. Secure borders, secure elections. Every other issue is subordinate to those. Why aren't legal experts like Barnes championing this? So many questions, so many assholes. Yeah, Josh Ham, Patriot spotted. Total loss is better than partial win. What fantastically serious individuals. This is what the administration is signaling that they want to make a major priority in 2026. And imagine if you were to actually create, you don't even have to get it 100% secure. You just have to get it much more secure than it is right now. And it's very easy. It's very straightforward. Single day voting. No early ballots. No absentee ballots. Paper ballots. You're required to show ID. There's a few of these policies that can literally just be arbitrarily established by Congress, and they hold unilaterally over every state. And suddenly the elections get a lot more secure. So I'm only left to believe here that the people, the members of Congress who are not picking up this issue and running with it, are doing so because they fear what would happen if we actually had more secure elections. That's the only thing that I can conclude. Is there a more reasonable conclusion than that? It sounds to me like Thomas Massie and Rand Paul don't want to run on this issue because they know that secure elections means they lose power. Don't give me this bullshit like these are like the moral upstanding guys operating according to principle bullshit. No, fuck that. There is ample evidence to the contrary over the last year. So if these guys are still prancing around ignoring this issue, it's because they know they were fraudulently elected. And they know they will be honestly unelected if they actually run on this issue. Here's another interesting new brand of Republican. And I've got some mixed feelings about this one. You guys, I'm sure, will understand why. This is Royce White. We're getting a lot of meme candidates showing up lately. We've got this guy in Ohio. You got the Vivek and the Amy Acton ad that is just fucking devastating to Vivek. He is getting clowned for his hair, for his shoes, for his being him, for his Christmas crash outs. He is getting absolutely disemboweled politically right now. Then you've got, Casey Puch, who himself is, you've got Casey Puch, you've got James Fishback. Both of these guys, I'm kind of like, they're trying really, really hard to make me like them. They're almost trying a little too hard. They're just, this smacks very much of, if they're successful, okay, great. But I'm not about to go like really pinning my reputation or my hopes on these kinds of guys. They're cool, okay, but like they just strike me as meme candidates, and I think that's the only term I can think of. I don't know if anybody else has used that term, but that's what it seems to me. These are meme candidates. They're running because maybe there's kind of an outside chance they might get in there. Valentina Gomez is another one of these, where really they're using it to build a media career and move a narrative. And then maybe they might get elected as well. And I'm not like, I don't think they shouldn't do what they're doing, but I'm also not going to be like, oh, this guy's the answer. It's very possible. It's like if James Fishback is going to operate as a politician like Thomas Massey does, then I'd rather have Byron Donalds. Loyalty matters more than anything else. I don't care what your policies are. I care to what extent you're going to operate in lockstep with the Trump administration. Now, campaigning is a way of messaging and seeding the message and moving the Overton window and all that sort of thing. So there is some space for people having some latitude in how they choose to campaign. But how they choose to campaign and how they choose to govern are, I don't really have a ton of confidence that these guys, the ones I've mentioned, were they to win an election, will actually be competent or effective in their particular offices. Because we still are at a point in time where understanding how the system works and how to operate within the system is way more important than it is. Without that, it doesn't matter what your principles and stuff are. If you don't know how to operate, you're going to get neutralized and sidelined. So you have to have some street smarts. You have to know how the game is played. You have to be capable of playing that game. And if you're coming out and really loudly advertising just how super based and uncontrolled and you just run down the list of right-wing Twitter tropes and you just hit them as hard as you can over and over again, that to me signals this person, this in itself is almost a signal that they're not going to be able to govern. They don't have the street smarts necessary. Like they think that they're going to come like bull in a china shop their way in. And sure, they might, but once you are in there, you can no longer be the bull in a china shop. You can have like the vibe of a bull in a china shop publicly, but privately, you need to be a fucking operator. Ron DeSantis is a fucking operator. He's a terrible campaigner. I don't care how Zionist he is. I care what he has done so far and his net impact on the state of Florida. And by extension, the rest of the country, as they've been influenced by his role as a governor. So he campaigned like a goofball and, was like total like boomer slop, Zionist, yada, yada, yada. But when he's governing, fuck yeah, give me Ron DeSantis. Ron Pitcher says, if I ever run for office, I will hide my power levels so fucking much. And I think that's like, it's very gratifying to it's very id satisfying to see someone displaying their power levels. It gets a lot of attention. But having all that attention isn't necessarily useful. The attention needs to be on the president. You shouldn't be trying to take the spotlight away from the president. If you're taking the spotlight away from the president when you're campaigning, then I don't trust that you're going to be loyal to him when you're governing. So you can attract a spotlight and then redirect it. But if you're just attracting a spotlight for yourself, and you're sort of doing things like, like MAGA or America First, but you're kind of very carefully avoiding mentioning Trump or talking explicitly about the necessity of loyalty to him and his agenda, yeah, you're going to have to do a lot to get me to trust you. Now, all of that being said, this Royce White guy is sort of interesting because he's not quite as, let's say, flamboyant as James Fishback and Casey Puch are. And I should be clear that it's not that I have a problem with either of them necessarily themselves, and they could wind up being fantastic. But my assessment of them right now, like I'm reviewing a movie or something, my assessment of it, just the way that they strike me, is these are meme candidates who aren't going to be serious operators, even if they may be good guys personally or upstanding or moral or whatever. So here's this Royce White guy. This is the first time I've ever seen anything about him.
Say you become Minnesota's next U.S. Senator.
Yes.
Would you work across party lines to accomplish change?
There are no party lines anymore.
What do you mean by that?
There are no party lines. There are only.
So I hear there are no party lines, and I'm like, okay, this sounds like washed over libertarian, like kind of like BoomerCon sort of slop. This is like baby's first red pill on politics, kind of.
Patriots and nationalists and globalists.
Okay. Oh, okay. So now I'm like, patriots. There's patriots and nationalists, and there's globalists. Okay. This is a little better. Maybe he's doing a rhetorical thing.
There are no party lines.
But there are still senators from different party perspectives.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, on for the theater.
So are you willing to...
There aren't a handful of America First, unbought and paid for United States senators in the entire United States Senate.
How about this? How would you collaborate with counterparts?
Tell the truth. I'm not collaborating with traitors. I'm not collaborating with... And some people would say, well, that makes you unqualified to run for the office. The prerequisite is that you have to become enmeshed in the corruption of the machine in order to be a viable candidate. And I think that's what's wrong with American political culture. Is that we expect our candidates to sell out, but then we tell them not to.
Collaboration is selling out?
Okay, so, well, here, let me just play a little bit more of it.
Our candidates to sell out, but then we tell them not to.
Collaboration is selling out?
If the collaboration is to undermine the fabric of this country and the value of citizenship, for sure.
I'm thinking about like writing bills and like...
Where do you think the selling out of this nation happens?
Okay, fair, fine, all right.
Okay, so he is quick on his feet. He's not just not necessarily just reciting lines. I'm kind of like evaluating him as I watch here. Hunt Pritchard says midwit take. It is very midwit. It's midwit is not necessarily a bad thing when you're talking about rhetoric. If you're connecting with, if you're trying to like make an imprint or like connect with the potential voter, you're trying to make land something, then speaking in sort of commonly, generally accepted tropes like this can be useful. But here's the thing. This is a common, generally accepted trope. This is sort of just like, okay, yeah, sure. Everybody knows both parties suck. Everybody knows that they're all bought and paid for, and everybody knows all this. But I don't need some guy to come in and be Mr. like independent, going to take on the system, and I stand apart from everything else, and I'm not beholden to anyone, and you're always going to hear exactly what I think. This is Thomas Masseyism. We don't need Thomas Masseyism. Yeah, Tucker, the points Tucker makes are midwit, but he has intention. Yeah, this guy is just a red-pilled normie. I agree with that. Yeah. At least that's how he's striking me. He's striking me as basically a red-pilled normie. But here, like, he says something like, then he says traitors. He's using that sort of rhetoric, and I'm like, okay, I like hearing this. I like hearing people talk about people being traitors to the country. Let's get that rhetoric amped up. I can appreciate that. But then he says, if you're not being loyal to like the fabric of our country and the value of citizenship, okay, like nice, but I don't want to hear about somebody being loyal to the fabric of our country or the value of citizenship. These are empty. These are just like, these are phrases being used as vessels that can be inhabited by just about anything. The value of citizenship. He's framing it from his perspective as having all of these illegals and stuff being brought in here is watering down what it means to be an American citizen, and that citizenship needs to be protected and prioritized. Which, okay, cool, great, but the value of citizenship is the sort of phrase that can be inhabited by shitlibbery. So there's, and the fabric of, I don't want you to be loyal to the fabric of our country. I want you to be loyal to Donald fucking Trump. We elected Donald Trump. Your job is to not get in his way. You're supposed to be like, dad's working on the engine. You're standing there with the flashlight. Your job is to hold the fucking flashlight and don't move. And occasionally he's going to say, go get me XYZ. And then your job is to walk over, get XYZ, bring it back, and then hold the fucking flashlight and don't move. That's your responsibility if you're running for Congress. That's your responsibility if you're running for governor of a state. It's a little bit different, like you also have to govern that state. But you need to be a Republican governor who is wholly devoted to Donald Trump and will have his back no matter what, and will advance his agenda and facilitate his agenda for your local state. Han Pritchard says, honestly, if someone advertises themselves as America first at this point, it signals a lack of loyalty to Trump. I do think that is the case. And I think a way that Snickers ice cream sandwich.
Niggertha has awakened. White, Putsch, Fish Fucker. What are these names? Seems like names from the novel. Also, as the 150 IQ giga chat in the room, this is solidly 99ic posting. Just below the average king-pilled viewer. Flashlight politicians are important.
Yes, this is 99 IQ posting. But I mean, again, I don't think that there's plenty of non-99 IQ people who will 99 IQ post because they're speaking to the 99 IQ people. But when I see this sort of thing, I know a lot of people get real excited about this, but contrast this to the Promethean action guy, Mike Steger, in Michigan that I played the other day. His stuff was kind of like sort of nerdy and wonky, and he does like a 45-minute sort of monologue, and it's a different environment for an interview versus just doing a monologue like that. These are different environments. You're going to talk and communicate differently, but notice the way he talked about it. He could describe the situation well, but then his pivot is, we need to facilitate the vision of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Our job is to ensure that they are successful in what they're doing. And that's a key difference. That's a key loyalty test moment. If you're running for an office right now, and you're Mr. Super Based guy or whatever, sure, cool. Here's your cookie for being super based. What I want to know is, are you going to be loyal to Donald John Trump, a gentleman named Donald John Trump? Are you going to be loyal to him? Are you going to inhabit his vision? This is the closest thing to an actual monarch or emperor that we can get right now. is the elected officials becoming little mini Trumps. Yeah, have you heard of him? A gentleman named Donald John Trump. I don't know if Life Support Unplugger is in here, but hopefully he'll hear that. Now we're comparing IQs in the chat. Regarding the America First thing, I think I have seen the administration using the America First language a little bit, and it'll be as we go into 2026 and they start. Trump and Susie Wiles have both said that they're going to be treating 2026 like 2024. Trump is going to be on the ballot. He is going to campaign like he's on the ballot, which is exactly what needs to happen. And every single Republican running, and give me a Democrat like this. I don't care what party affiliation you have. Your message needs to be, if elected, I am going to do everything possible to bring about the vision of Donald Trump. Full stop. That's it. All the rest of this stuff, cool, great. Go prove how based you are. That's fine and good. But the more you do that, the less I trust you. I would like to see a bunch of 95 IQ, just simple dudes running for office who are like, literally, I love my country and I want to vote 100% in line with Donald Trump. Give me that. Give me 435 people in the House, or 435 people in Congress who do that.
I clearly you have issue with the system.
For sure.
Okay.
I have huge issues with the system. I have huge issues with omnibus bills. I have huge issues with the special interests and lobby money in D.C. I have a huge issue with the fact that it's a conventional prerequisite that a United States Senate candidate has to have pre-committed to a lobby, a special interest and lobby, to have any chance of raising the money necessary to win one of these campaigns. I object to all of that.
Okay, yeah, see, once I get to this point, I'm like, no. If you're going to run for office, if you're going to run for Senate, you are beholden to a special lobby. You're beholden to the special lobby of a gentleman named Donald John Trump. Have you heard of him? That is the lobby that you are obligated to. The problem with all the other lobbies is that they compete with that lobby. This is Brylan Hollyhand given a new skin for a different audience. That's my impression of Royce White, and I am very happy to have him change my opinion on that. But this to me sounds like saying stuff that sounds edgy, that sounds like cutting edge and renegade and like man can't be controlled and oh he's the one who's going to go in there and speak truth to power and yada yada yada. That's been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Washed over BoomerCon slop. Okay, so I think how did I have this set up here? Okay, so there was this video that I played the other day of the Malcolm and Simone Collins talking to this sort of they them-ish journalist chick who night Bobby Ballbags. Have a good night, man. Talking about all human beings being genetically identical. And I've got some commentary on that. I have to do a little background on it, though, first. So, you've got William Meyer here. It says, freedom, health, and wealth. Everything you love in this world is highly correlated with high trust individualism. Ignore the effects of low trust, clannish immigration at your own risk. So there's your numbers. In case you needed the numbers to understand that the good things that come from a society are a product of high trust individualism, there you go. Now you have the graph. So you're allowed to believe that. Hunter Ash here says, the paradox, this is a D-trans person, the paradox at the heart of universalist individualism is that it is a fairly rare mindset globally. It is parochial, specific to specific peoples. Either high-trust individualist societies resolve this and develop an immune system, or they'll go extinct. And Elon, I saw this because Elon quote tweeted it, said exactly. we were having a conversation in the King Pill Discord last night about, and it kind of, there was a lot of, mind pictures and mouth sounds using terms and trying to pin the terms down and sort of talking around circles around each other. But it was very, very interesting conversation to me because, I've been, as an ANCAP, and then I'm a monarchist, and I have all the sufficiently based opinions. So I've spent the last several years seeing Democrat as like a word that you spit out. It's fucking demon rats, democracy is gay. And when I first started thinking in those terms, you wouldn't meet people very often who would think or talk that way. So it was gratifying dopamine rush when I'd say, "Oh, democracy is gay," and then because some people, "What? Are you like slavery?" So it was the edgy boy posting to say, "Oh, democracy is gay." However, here at the ASTROLAB, we do have a habit of coming full circle on things, and Sniggers.
Royal House Nugger White is a grifter, but how committed is he to the grift? Enough commitment will lead to the same thing as true belief.
Yes.
LARP your way into it.
Yes.
Keep your way into supporting main Trump. Right-wing Stalinism is a new base. HH.
HH. Yes. Let's see. That deserves an Erica. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Mein Trumpf! Thank you, Sniggers. Royland the House Nugger. I want to see LARPing. I don't want to see principle. I don't want to see independent thinking. I want to see just straight up LARPing loyalty to Trump. I do not give a shit what's going on in your head. All I care about is that you are loyal to Donald Trump.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
So, what was I saying? Democracy. So, if we were to come full circle on democracy, just for fun, let's just do this as a fun little exercise. Well, first of all, we have to define democracy, and that's kind of what yesterday's conversation spent a lot of time revolving around. Go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. Come argue with me in the voice chat. It's good for me. I like it. One thing I think you have to be very careful of, and I've thought about this with listening to Tucker, the way Tucker talks about, sort of with reverence about democracy or liberal, like the liberalness, the liberal nature of the Western man. And you can think what you do about it personally, but if you like abstract yourself out and just view the fact that you have a very committed, devoted, extremely white, waspy man who very highly values the notion of liberalism, of liberal values, the rights of the individual, the dignity of each human being. This is something that is not incidental to the Western mind. It's not something that you can just sort of be like, oh yeah, that's gay and it's been proven wrong so many times, so just get rid of it. You can point to all these other examples of other countries that we've done like the democracy exercise. Then you look and you see, well, what happens when democracy falls apart, turns into like competing warlords and everything? Then it just like descends into outright chaos. But that's not instructive really for Western nations. That's not instructive for Anglo nations. Because Anglo nations can fail and fail and fail and fail and fail again at democracy, and they keep doing it. Because there is something that is native to the Western spirit that is democratic in nature. Now, this begs the question of what is democracy? What is, like, when you say democracy, what are you referring to? Do you mean the literal act of people going and voting? Whom? Like, who are the voters? Are you saying, does democracy mean when everybody votes? Does democracy mean when a handful of people vote? Does democracy mean that the government ought to exist For the government to be legitimate, it ought to exist for the sake of the people, and that each person has value and dignity in their own life that ought to be protected by the state. Because that, I think, is what democracy means to most people. Most people, frankly, it wouldn't take much to convince them that every single person shouldn't be voting. In fact, every single person has a list of people that they don't think should be voting. There's a very small fraction of the population that literally thinks every single living, breathing human being ought to be granted a vote. The vast majority of people are fine with, felons not voting, or foreigners not voting, or, so like convincing people that we need to limit the franchise, children not voting, convincing people you need to limit the franchise is not difficult. Having a limited franchise and being a democratic people are not at odds with one another. The voting, the actual mechanism, the actual mechanics of the who votes and when and how and what the vote means and all of this, then you could do the meta question of well, who determines things? And this is a question that really only Western people will even ask themselves this question. Who determines things? The only non-Westerners who even engage in this project at all only do so to the extent that they have been within the orbit of the Anglo world. As Anglo-ness has expanded, other peoples, non-Anglos, have sort of thought about these things in these terms, but not really. So I don't think that you're going to get, like, if you think that the path to victory means just convincing people to just give up the vote, I think you can do that in non-Anglo nations, but I don't think that you're ever going to do that in an Anglo nation. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of interesting ways that you can configure the mechanics of the system and have it still be democratic. If, again, you're assuming democratic means that the government rules at the behest of and for the sake of the people, whatever the people means. The people can be, you can change that all around all you want. You can have, a series of elected representatives who are responsive to their people. But then, is it democracy if the elected representatives are responsive to their people, and do their own independent thing? But it's not democracy if they're elected and then all they do is just transfer the force of their local power to the supreme executive. Is that not democracy? No, I think that's still democracy. The way this conversation arose last night was in the context of Nayib Bukele. And I was thinking, the best possible system would be not abolishing. You shouldn't, if you're Bukele, you shouldn't abolish elections. You shouldn't cancel elections. You should keep having elections. If for no other reason than just because it's a great way of sampling your people, getting the sentiment of your people. And you should keep doing the things that are going to ensure that you get elected again. You should have a 90% approval rating and 90% of people in the country should vote for you. And you should keep holding elections. Now, he already has modified the Constitution to allow for indefinite re-election, also extended presidential terms from 5 years to 6 years, and moved the next election up. So he's certainly going to run again. And he's certainly going to get elected again. And frankly, I think particularly within especially a more, an Anglo sphere that has more of the Latin influence, because the Latin, I think that Latin side is much more comfortable with the idea of a supreme executive, where the Anglo is much more suspicious of a supreme executive. But I think America is sort of a blend of the two. It has like the Anglo structure, the Anglo common law, and then it has the Latin spirit. And that's, you have the the frontier, the go west young man, the sort of the romance, the appreciation of leisure, and like garish culture and all these sorts of things. Those are all very much American. That they're like the ways that America is stereotyped often, because the stereotype is real. That's how Europeans see Americans, because Americans are different than Europeans, even if we're descendant from them. So I think continuing to have elections, having elected representatives, having an elected monarch, this is, obviously you're always going to be on this, like, you have to maintain this equilibrium, because it can be corrupted and pulled off this way or that way, is when you have that element. But I don't think you're ever going to get rid of that element of people voting, people expressing their will to the government, and the government ruling self-consciously as the expressed will of the people. That's a distinctly European concept. I don't think that's ever going to go away. And so if you're trying to socially engineer or cast forward into the next few decades, you shouldn't be looking at, like, America, we're going to have like an American Caesar. The American Caesar is not going to be exactly like the past Caesars or past emperors. He's going to have a different nature. And I think a lot of what that is going to look like is you're going to have essentially honestly, this is kind of what the Constitution set up, where you have a government, and the government is responsible for the day-to-day operations, and it's elected by the people. And then you have the Supreme Executive, and the Supreme Executive holds the ultimate veto over functioning and operations of the government. And he can exercise that veto, but he has to exercise that veto judiciously. He can't over-exercise it, or he'll upset the equilibrium, but he can't under-exercise it either. If he stops using it, then it will cease to exist, even though you do have the Schmittian exception that's always there. So the monarch's veto is always there. The question is that monarch's veto actually being embodied in the Supreme Executive? So I don't think that you're ever going to see Congress go away. I don't think you're going to stop having elected representatives. I don't think America's ever going to stop functioning that way. You're always going to have a Congress. You're going to have an elected president. However things fall out, those sorts of institutions, I think, have way too much staying power. All these other regions, the Middle East, the global South, the aspects of like Southeast Asia and large parts of Asia, actually, like this notion of like representative government and electing officials and stuff is less fully formed and fully expressed with them, because it's not really inherent or latent to their races. I'm speaking of race in the like Yachian sense. But it is very much in the European race, having elected officials, elected representatives. Now, you can elect those people to then function as authoritarian, single unitary power, sort of having that sort of single unitary power function. And I think that's the trajectory that we're on. But so democracy. So segue into this next part here with the genetic differences video. Democracy is one of these words that it's a container that gets filled with meaning, but that meaning can change. It's a referent that has I forget the term. It has a bunch of different referents that could be associated with the same term. I've talked before about the mouth sounds and the mind picture. So we have this mouth sound, democracy. And when I say democracy, someone else might think, oh, like direct democracy, the act of every single human being votes and every single vote is all counted equally. But you can parse that down into a whole bunch of, well, is it really democracy if you're voting on multiple different days, or is it only democracy if you're voting on one day? Is it democracy if only men are voting? Is it democracy if only whites are voting? Is it democracy if you're voting for a representative who then votes for other representatives? All of these things can be included under the banner of democracy. But I think there's something that's latent in all of those, which is this assumption about the character and nature of specifically the European races. So with this genetic differences video, I guess some of you guys, I don't know if anybody hasn't heard it, but I guess for the sake of those of you who haven't, I'll subject you to this, and then we'll talk about it a little bit more.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50% higher
There's no
rate.
scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like...
What are you talking about?
This is according, No,
Like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is EMI, right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like, there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right?
It's fascinating listening to the tone of her voice and the like what she's trying to do with the directionality of her speech and the tone of her voice and how she's communicating this to them. She's like, she's trying to be like magnanimous and sincere and being like we can agree on these things, right? Like, I'm not saying something really crazy. I'm not like really accusing you or trying to impose something on you. I'm saying something that's really obvious. Like, I'm just kind of making sure it's clear we're on the same page here. It's a Borat skit.
No. There's no scientific
and that's why I asked.
Like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as people
I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
Because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
And I'm saying that is a factually...
And he's saying that there is scientific evidence.
There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence. No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are in us. How is that...
That face... Nothing is getting past the eyes. Eyes are completely dead. Nothing is she's not even capable of having a conversation. She is in a business where her job is to have conversations, and she's not capable of having a conversation. She's not capable of modeling someone else's mind. She's like, I recognize that you guys are like the totally unhinged, insane racists, but it's okay. Like, I don't mind you. I'm a good person. I'm very considerate and thoughtful, and I'd like to have a conversation with you. I know you believe all these really fake things, and you just kind of like pretend that they're true. And I'm making sure you know, like, I know that you're pretending these things are true, but let's still have a conversation about it. This is the performance of someone who doesn't have an internal monologue.
Not science. That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different.
Yeah, leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things. And here she's like, she's not even pretending. She's engaged in the performance of pretending to not understand things, while thinking she's understanding things.
Every single time.
Stupid? Are you a stupid person?
Different. That has historically been used to...
And then this is interesting here.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different, that has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right? And that's why I'm asking you, because...
So she sees them as, like, you believe the same thing that Nazis believe. And what are Nazis? Nazis are these, like, bizarre caricatures of people who, well, let me just read some of the commentary here. So, because I'm going to almost be repeating some of the stuff that I read. So this guy here, Ubzu, says, the required takeaway from the genetic differences video is that your enemies do not use words the way that you do. They are not instruments for conveying meaning. They do not illuminate a mapping from mental concepts to physical reality. This is the way that, if you're listening here, this is how we use words. Words are instruments for conveying meaning. We use them to illuminate this mapping process from the things we have inside our head and the actual physical material reality that we're observing. And the words are like the portals between the mind pictures that we have and then the actual thing that's out there. Because like if you and I both had to describe blue to each other, like how would you describe blue to someone else? How do you know that when you see blue, someone else is seeing the same thing that you're seeing? You don't actually, it's not possible. We both see blue, but we don't know that we experience that viewing of blue in the same way. And there's no way to communicate that. We just have this portal that we've created called the word blue. And we all have this agreement that when we see this thing that we each perceive in a certain way, we call that thing blue. Here's Sniggers.
Actually, Matt, the natural political soul of the Europe is aristocracy. Specifically in overlapping power systems and in competition with each other. The Asian is bureaucratic, the Middle East theocratic, the rest of the world is tribal, proto-aristocracy.
The rest of the world's tribal, proto-aristocracy. I think that I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. I see it as a these aren't like discrete standalone categories. They're different phases on a continuum. And where you land on that continuum is going to be heavily racially determined because of the spiritual nature of race. But there is a continuum there, and the discovering of this notion of democracy, which is I think the way I've described it, not the actual mechanics of democracy, but like the spirit of democracy, is something that is deeply tied to Christianity. And this is something Tucker really tries to drive at. He kind of explains it like a boomer, but this is part of one of the things he's really driving at, that there is something the white man has not just discovered but manifested. He's the portal for it into the world. And then the rest of the races are all sort of borrowing from it in different capacities. Yeah. So what was I saying? Slosher says she's making a religious argument. Blank slate is true. If you say it isn't, you're a heretic. I mean, I don't even think it rises to that level for her. I think she's not even capable of conceptualizing. It's difficult to model the mind for people who can rotate shapes, who have an internal monologue, who like can conceptualize the self, can conceptualize the future. It's very difficult to model the mind of someone who can't. But words are we all use words, but we don't all use them the same way. And that's kind of what he's getting at here. He says, your enemies, for your enemies, words are spells provided to them by wizards. The purpose of the spells is to make you do what they want. You may believe that you are having a conversation, but they know that they are in a spellcasting contest. And their ignorance of everything that is real provides them with absolute immunity to your spells. And here's the thing. They believe that you're doing the same thing. That's what they think that communication is just spell casting. Now, there's a certain degree to which that is true. You know, that's why they call it spelling, you know? Yes, he's like, oh yeah, well, I'm a grand wizard. But you can cast spells while having an understanding of the content of those spells. Or there's people who, for them, casting spells is literally as enlightened of a process as the fictional witch who is literally just saying things to magically make a thing happen. And there's no mechanics or anything to it. It's just you have these arbitrary proclamations that you make that are total gibberish, but they go through the Wizzle-Wazzle portal and interface with the unknown world, and then out is spat the world that you want. There are millions of spellcasters out there. I'm not on Twitter to talk to these people who cannot be reasoned with or bargained with any more than the TV can hear you. I'm here to find others who understand the situation for what it is. Words will never get us out of this. There is only one way we are ever going to take the country and the world back from spellcasters. Every day we spend casting our impotent spells at them is another day they further consolidate their power.
It's not a continuum, it's a hierarchy. And we're on top. Democracy is devolved democracy, which is devolved aristocracy. It's been buoyed by America's absolutely disgusting natural advantage, only realized because of the native nobility of the white man.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. When I say continuum, I'm thinking of a continuum in a hierarchical form, but I understand why it may not have come across that way. Yeah. Democracy is devolved timocracy, which is devolved aristocracy. See, this is what we need. We need someone who can put this into a visual format. Where's our artists at? How would you portray this concept visually? That would be something I would enjoy consuming. So this isn't an article, this is a tweet here. I'll post it on the Substack afterwards. I think that was all to this one. So then he says, if you're confused as I once was by what the actual fuck they're talking about when they make their absurd claims about race, this is a good thread to read. And if you're still confused, leaf through the quote tweets for translations from the reality-based community. So this guy, Alonso Gramendi, who at one point in this thread here, he sees himself as white. He's Peruvian, and his own self-description is that I am a white man. He's quote tweeting Colin Wright. Colin Wright says, there's no scientific evidence to prove a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, end quote. This level of biological illiteracy is almost impossible to comprehend. This person thinks skin color beyond a tan is environmentally determined. And it's funny seeing guys like Colin Wright who can see this for what it is, but then their brains break further along down the process. This guy says genes determine skin color. Yes, they also determine height, moles, and hair color. But we don't build social hierarchies around that. That doesn't mean races are genetic. It means you ring-fenced some genes and attributed moral or social value to them. We call this racism. So now the spell casting is getting a little more, I was going to say sophisticated. It's not even sophisticated. It's more Rube Goldberg-esque. It's more labyrinthine. Imagine saying stuff like, height is determined by genes. This is why tall people face a higher risk of thyroid problems. Apparently true. You can't deny there's a physical difference between Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Black nigger. Or like, there are studies that I have found that short people tend to commit more crimes than tall people. Apparently this is true too. Obviously this is a result of the different genes in tall and short people. So yes, the genes of a white person are different from those of a black person. They are also different from the person next to you and the first person you will run into tomorrow. That means nothing scientifically relevant, like the difference between human and deer. This guy actually typed this sentence. The difference between a human and a deer is not scientifically relevant. This is not a stupid person. Like, he's stupid, but he's not stupid. This guy probably has a, like he's not 65 IQ. He's probably, I don't know, 120, 125, just from reading through all of it, going through his account, and his ability to sort of grapple with abstract concepts and stuff. But there's something about this particular issue that just, it sends these guys into a cognitive cul-de-sac. They just when they just start spinning around in circles and they think that they're going somewhere. They're so confident. There's a bunch of takedowns here that I wanted to read because they're just great. This first one here, Dystopian GF, says, whenever you're facing a leftist cognitive frag grenade like social constructs aren't real, it's useful to dissect the core claim beneath their words. It's a common tactic of theirs to hide easily refutable absurdities using pseudo-intellectual confusion spells, but these are easy to defend against with some practice. As a case study, the leftist below claims that race isn't real because it's socially constructed arbitrary fence around a complex and continuous reality, or genes. But this describes every human concept and word. Language itself is an attempt to ring-fence reality, i.e. to compress it and discretize it, or break it into discrete parts, so that we can make sense of it. That is what language is, by definition. So when you say, the thing you're describing, the language that you're using, is an arbitrary ring fencing of a particular phenomenon, therefore it's not real, you're saying language isn't real. For example, color names are social constructs. Color is a continuous spectrum. We divided it up into neighborhoods called blue and green so that we could talk about color. I can tell you that the sky is blue or the grass is green, and you'll know with reasonable accuracy what I mean by that.
For the artism spectrum creation of Plato's political cycle. Let's speed run a tyranny phase, I want to leave my kid a good life. Let's be the tyrants. As Nietzsche said, science is gay and we will kill God. Slay their gods. For Odin, for Tyre, for power.
Yeah, okay, buddy. What's the I gotta get this one. We're gonna talk shit to pagans here for a second. Here we go. One of my favorites of all time. It's always funny to me when Nordicists knock Christianity for being universalist, like it's an own that our God controls the entire universe. What kind of backwoods, low-rent forest demon are you worshiping that only runs a few guys in Scandinavia? LOL. The LOL. See, here's where the LOL is just stupendously deployed. This whole thing, this whole tweet would have been funny without the LOL, but throwing that LOL on the end is just chef's kiss. We love our pagans though. Okay, so color boundaries are fuzzy. People often vehemently disagree about whether shades of turquoise are blue or green. Following the leftist argument, this means that neither blue nor green exist. Colors cannot be named or talked about because it requires us to ring fence the color spectrum. Expanding the argument, this means that sense-making itself, which always requires discretizing and compressing a continuous reality, is invalid. Human thought itself is an impossible project. Reality is an incomprehensible soup that can only be experienced and never named. The very words the leftists use to communicate this to me are impossible, nothing but empty pointers. This is obviously retarded given that our compressed and discretized world models are truthful enough to allow us to shape and predict the physical world. We have inventions that work. We can move around and interact with our environment effectively. Our brains evolved to compress reality. Our brains were created to compress reality in ways that increase our survival, which could only work if the compression is at least somewhat faithful. To deny that race exists because it's socially constructed is to deny that anything exists at all. This is a worthless assertion that can simply be laughed at and dismissed. Although it is funny that this is not exactly laughing at it and dismissing, but I guess maybe it scales up. This is a more elaborate form of laughing at it and dismissing it. Yeah, bro preceptum. I actually think it might have been a woman. Who knows? Dystopian GF. Probably a tranny, honestly. If you see a woman account like this on the internet that's posting like autistic higher than midwit verbally, then it's probably a tranny. There was more here. Here's the great Zero HP Lovecraft. Race, much like any other complex trait, consists of many smaller traits that cluster together. Skin color is not the important difference. I'm a racist because I care about criminality, intelligence, drive, passion, curiosity, and beauty, not because I care about skin color. I will say that I do care about skin color. There aren't any skin colors that I don't hate the skin color. It doesn't rise to the level of hate. I just definitely like some more than other. Future Moldovan citizen said, I think it's worth pointing out the mechanics of what they're doing. Race has always meant ancestry. If ancestry is real, so is race. In order to deny race, the left have to create a new fake concept, call it race, and pretend that whenever anyone says race or ancestry, they're actually talking this new fake thing that they came up with 30 years ago. To liberals, race means when evil white men wear robes and kill black people just for being black. Of course, that isn't actually happening, but that's a whole other point. The left believes it's happening and won't even consider otherwise. So when a non-leftist says race is real, or ancestry is real, a leftist will reply, what are you talking about? All scientists agree that race isn't real, i.e., we are not forced by our genes to put on robes and kill black people just for being black. It's quite like you may be talking to people using the internet, and those people may drive cars and wear Western clothing and, work a Western job and use Western money and all of this, but you're talking to people who mentally live in teepees. They're like mud hut peoples that are dressed better and happen to have learned to use better forms of technology. But the way they interface with the world is at the same level as the if we do this dance, it'll rain people. Eider and Electus says, tell me you think genes imply moral value without telling me you think genes imply moral value. Colin, skin color is genetically determined. Factually, biologically, empirically, obviously true. Alonzo, you're building social hierarchies and attributing moral value to genes. Brother, nobody said that. The leap from genetic differences exist to some races are morally superior happened entirely in your head. You're projecting your own racist inference onto people stating biological facts. The people who think acknowledging human biodiversity means ranking humans are always the ones calling everyone else racist. The accusation is the confession every single time. Now, there are certain ways in which some races are morally superior, because there is no like abstract. If you're going to say morally superior, you're appealing to like morally superior for a certain person. And I think that for you particularly, you have a greater moral obligation to your own people than you do to other people. Just like you have a greater moral obligation to your mother or your child than you do your cousin. You have a greater moral obligation to your cousin than you do someone who's totally unrelated to you. You have a greater moral obligation to your race of people than you do to those who are not part of your race of people. That doesn't mean you have to be openly hostile and violent to the people who are not. That's a whole other thing. But when the two come into conflict with each other, you have an obligation to err on the side of your own people over other people. And any sort of like, oh, but no, but what if? Every single what if you come up with will be changing the terms of what I just said. You do have a moral obligation to your people over and above not your people. When you've fulfilled that moral obligation to your people, then you have a separate moral obligation to not your people. Like, it's not morally acceptable to rape non-white people if you're a white person. You still have a moral obligation to not rape non-white people or to not kill non-white people because they're non-white. This is such rudimentary obvious. It's rudimentary and obvious, I think, when you break it down in these terms. You have a hierarchy of responsibilities, yes. And race is inextricably genetic, which means it's inextricable from your heritage, which means it's inextricable from your familial obligations. It's just your familial obligations at scale. Okay, I think that was all the decent tweets that I was going to read here. Okay, so what was next? Oh yeah, okay. So Jim Sharp here, Powerful Mutual. This is very important thread. The progressive project literally can't survive. It's doomed by its own pathologies. Will Tanner. One of the more interesting consequences of a falling TFR, total fertility rate, is that we're getting to see a genetic bottlenecking event play out in real time. While much of the world created by egalitarian liberal democracy and its inevitable conclusions is hostile to life, that is much more true of leftist areas than relatively conservative ones. Sniggers!
As Scott Adams said, the human mind is a delusion generator. The best you can do is pick one that works for you. These people are not doing their best in the long term, but they have a guy instinct for being traitors to everyone, including their priors.
They have a gut instinct for being traitors to everyone, including their priors. I almost think that they're not even. Well, no, that's not true. I was going to say they're not even capable of loyalty. Like loyalty requires even a higher function, but they're almost too high functioning to be loyal. Like a fucking golden retriever is better at being loyal than they are. Or a gay instinct, yes, yeah, a gay instinct to being traitors. So they're like, they have to be ring-fenced themselves for their own good. They can't be allowed to make decisions of import for other people. They cannot be allowed to hold positions of power, not just for our sake, but for their sake. It is an act of mercy, like taking a chainsaw away from a toddler to remove them from power and to forcibly prevent them from holding power and making big influential decisions. Okay, so while much of the world created by egalitarian liberal democracy and its inevitable conclusions is hostile to life, that is much more true of leftist areas than relatively conservative ones. Further, it is very true of the leftist mindset with its dismal worldview and inability to recognize the importance of legacy, tradition, or in-group preference. Hence why the deep red county TFR is relatively close to replacement, but the hyper-progressive counties have like a 0 TFR. So with the right having a bad but not existential fertility rate, and the left emulating South Korea and its genetic self-destruction, politics being generally about 50% or so hereditary, and the people who have kids increasingly refusing to send their kids to progressive indoctrination centers like Blue Area Public Schools, the future is going to look radically politically different from the present thanks to the bottleneck. The childless cat ladies, as the term for them implies, don't breed, and so won't be around in 2 generations. Their politics, their scolding, their worldview will have been bred out of existence. That doesn't necessarily mean the future will be radically better. Gerontocracy, the genetic conclusions of the IQ shredder cities, the effects of mass migration, even if it's stopped now but not fully reversed, and much more could cause huge problems. Then there's the matter of not being a demi-population like the Christians on Sicily before the Normans, more populous than the Saracens but lacking political power. But it will be different, and will be so because the people who show up for it will be radically different than they are today. Your duty is to make it past the bottleneck, so that it is your genes that make it. The future belongs to those who show up, and you can help ensure that your line makes it. So this is a couple that I put in this order here intentionally, because you got your bottlenecking event. And if your duty is to make it past that bottleneck, I just was talking about how you have an obligation to your own race. You have an obligation to your own people. One of those obligations is to ensure that they survive the people who are currently self-exterminating. This is why I've said, like, our great project, these people are going to self-destruct. Our project is to ensure they take down as few people as possible when they do self-destruct. Which is then, following on from that, a I think, one of the best cases against accelerationism. This is why slow and steady wins the race here. And if you get too caught up in catastrophism, you're going to start making really bad decisions, and you will be letting down your own moral obligation to your own people. Like a king that gets too neurotic and frantic and starts fucking up because he doesn't have a cool head and he's not exercising wisdom. Trying to accelerate your way out of this. Oh, we'll just burn everything down because it's all bad so we can build up something new in its place. You're telling me that you have an enemy class that is self-exterminating and you think the thing to do is to burn it down before they can, rather than just wait them out. If you know that they're self-exterminating, then you can wait them out. You don't have to do the huge, dramatic, desperation mode. We have one election left, and if we don't get exactly everything perfectly right in this election, then it's all over, and we might as well just go, curl up in a hole in the woods like a dying animal and just expire there hopelessly. You, white man, have an obligation to your own people. And that obligation includes preventing the detonation of civilization before the enemies of civilization self-exterminate. You can accelerate their self-extermination, but you have to do that in a way that doesn't involve the extermination of civilization as well. We can wait them out. We have staying power. They do not. Don't grant them power that they don't have. Otherwise, you might as well just be one of them. So there's some interesting historic things happening. Brazil's rightful president, Jair Bolsonaro, wrote from jail, where those who carried out the communist coup against him have sentenced him to die. And he issued a letter to the Brazilians informing them that his mantle will pass to his son, Senator Flavio Bolsonaro, in the upcoming presidential election. Imagine getting a President Flavio. Here is the translation into English. Letter to Brazilians. Throughout my life, I've faced tough battles, paying a high price with my health and family to defend what's best for Brazil. Facing injustice and committed to not silencing popular will, I nominate Flavio Bolsonaro as pre-candidate for president in 2026. This is one of the stories that kind of got me thinking about this whole democracy and the popular will and all these sorts of things with respect to the European peoples. Because here you have, we were having a conversation in the Discord last night about, that did Bolsonaro let his people down by not seizing power, by allowing himself to be jailed, and not just seizing power and enforcing his will as representative of the popular will right now. And I'm not saying, I don't have a really dug in position on either side of this. I'm willing to hear arguments either way, but there is something that's kind of, this is almost kind of it's like the tragic boomer. That he is so committed to this belief that he's willing to die in jail over it. And there is something that's very noble and tragic about that.
They are careening over the edge of a cliff and have roped themselves to us. We need to cut the cord. We cannot do nothing, but sudden moves would be a problem. Sharpen your knives, brothers, and get your dicks wet. For the past, for the future, for your now.
Hell yes! Sharpen your knives and get your dicks wet, brothers. Let's see. Actually, no, that wouldn't work as well. Well, you know what? Here, I'll do these.
I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. Mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe.
And to our enemies,
Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete.
Knife status, sharp. Thank you for the tip, friend. Yeah, Jair is like their John the Baptist. Yeah, there's really something to that, to being the noble, tragic character who allows himself to be a sacrifice. He's willing to sacrifice himself so that it becomes a mobilizing point for the people. It's kind of what happened with Charlie. It almost happened with Trump. But in this case here, he's now designating his son. So you've got a little bit of this the son of the great man now stepping into his father's shoes. There's some historical stuff going on around here. He says, he's the continuity I started before my presidency. I trust him to lead with justice, firmness, and loyalty. May God bless him in leading millions who honor God, homeland, family, and freedom. Is his middle name Messias? Jair Messias Bolsonaro? Very interesting. Yeah, I on one hand, I do think that there is something to the idea that more of his people may end up suffering because he did not choose to seize power when he had the opportunity to. He had the backing of the military, and he could have just began throwing his enemies in jail. But at the same time, it's like if you're aspiring to live in a world where you do not just grab your enemies and throw them in jail, you're aspiring to the higher thing, and you're willing to sacrifice yourself, even if it's in vain. You're willing to sacrifice yourself toward that end. There is something that's noble about that. There's something that is very, I think, very deeply European about that. It's not exclusive to the Europeans, I don't think, but I think it is something that speaks very much to the European soul, having that higher ideal and sacrificing yourself in a really tangible way to obtain that higher ideal. And it could be that the next generation doesn't, because you attained to that ideal, that's what allows the next generation to then avenge you. You allowed yourself to be killed so that they would have the pretext to do the things that are necessary. There's a lot of people who have had this, a lot of the panikids, the doomer types, who have had this idea that, and there's even people who aren't that way who still think this way, that for Trump to be successful, he needed to come in and install a whole new government just on day one. And I understand why people think that way, but that is the accelerationist mindset. Oh, he had to come in and just install, just fire all of the people who are disloyal and install them with loyalists. Okay, well, where does he get those loyalists? Sure, you could say get them from the military. Just take, military personnel who could come fill those roles, and everything in the government operates according to standard operating procedures. So you could get military people to just step in and fill these different roles, but how do you ensure that they're going to those military people themselves are going to be loyal to you? Because now what you're saying is that on January 20th, Trump should have executed a military coup. Which is to say, he should have said, my military is bigger and better than your military. He should have engaged in military conflict to take over the government of the United States. He was elected president, but now he's going to use the military to enforce that will. There is a time for that, but was January 20th the right time for that? Because the timing matters as much as actually doing it. If it's necessary, it's not just necessary that you do it at some point, it's necessary that you do it at the right time. Because doing that and failing is worse than not doing it at all. So if you're going to execute a military coup, you better be damn sure that you're going to succeed in that military coup. And I don't think there's any possible way that Donald Trump in January of 2025 was going to be able to successfully execute a full-scale military coup and take over the full operations of the U.S. government. It's still not possible. And frankly, I think if it gets to that, the only way that can be done within our system, I believe, is slow motion. I think it has to be done gradually the way that it is being done. I don't see a way around that. Any acceleration of it, any like trying to lunge for the crown early like that would be worse than not lunging for it in the first place. Because when you lunge for it, you're going to make a lot of people do a lot of things. You're going to kick off a chain reaction, and you better be not only ready, but capable of containing the externalities of all of those knock-on effects. I think if you believe that Trump needed to execute a military coup in January, I respect where your heart is at. I think you need to get your head in the right place. We are not there. And that's a good thing. Because if we were there, we would be in way worse shape than we actually are. I'm saying things are better than you think. And nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear things are better than you think. It doesn't sell as much as things are so much worse. Yeah, Mr. Stu, it's reaching for the boob too early on prom night. Yeah, that's the phrase that Tom Luongo uses all the time. I wish I'd remembered that. Reaching for the boob too early on prom night. You can't do it. What the administration has set themselves up for is potentially to not need to do that. It would be better to be able to outfox your enemies and be able to take power with the minimal amount of force. But things are good, and they're getting better. And events like Bolsonaro, were he to die in prison, I think that his son is going to sail into office, especially because he's probably going to get a substantial amount of backing from the Trump administration. Not only do we live in a good time that's getting better, we live in a very, very interesting time. Okay, so here's I read the interview the other day of J.D. Vance talking about Nick Fuentes. And one of the things he said is anybody who talks about his wife the way that Nick has, he says he can eat shit. And I gotta give credit where it's due here. Nick responded to him, and it's a pretty funny response.
Now, first of all, I have to say, I really appreciate the invitation. It's very gracious. I've said a lot of negative things about J.D. Vance. So for him to extend an invitation like that to me, to have dinner, a traditional Indian dinner with him and his family, it actually moved me. It actually touched me a little bit. I said, I've been nothing but antagonistic to this guy, really unprovoked. I started the beef. And so for him, in the spirit of the holiday, in the spirit of Christmas, for him to extend an invitation in public like that, to enjoy a traditional Indian dinner prepared by his wife with his family at the Naval Observatory, he's a better man than me. He's a better man than me. And I got to give him a lot of credit for that. Credit where it is due. But respectfully, I must decline. That's sort of the whole point. I don't want to eat shit. Kind of the whole point. We don't want them here because we don't want to eat shit. I know they do that in India. I know they literally eat cow shit. I know that they will scratch their ass and then prepare food and eat shit that way also. We don't want them here because we don't eat shit in America. We try to avoid eating shit as much as possible. It's why we wash our hands, you know? So respectfully, I'm going to have to decline. Thank you, but no thank you. I will not be eating shit, but I wish you the best on your Christmas Eve dinner. I hope that goes well for you guys. But anyway.
I got to hand it to him. He came up with a really good way of not backing down while also extending an olive branch. Because that's what that was. That was him doing it performatively as a way of being like acknowledging publicly, yeah, that was frankly JD is being pretty gracious, but also I'm not going to back down from my position. I kind of suspect that JD would take it that way as well. I think you guys are right in the chat. I think this is definitely very kayfabe. Nick is playing the heel. Yeah, he's playing the heel, and he's playing it very well. Now, related to Nick, first of all, I got to play this video because the context around why I'm playing this video is very odd things are happening. So here is Nick talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. Hold on.
Good morning, bastards!
This is the only race I care about in 26. It's the only one I care about. People talk about, well, we got to keep the House and whatever. This is the race that I care about. This anchor baby cannot become the governor of Ohio. I don't care if it's a Jewish woman that
Nice slutty milk.
The anchor baby cannot become the governor of Ohio because...
You hear this? Nick Fuentes says he doesn't care if a Jewish woman, a Jewish Democrat woman, is elected the governor of Ohio. I'm not saying that in a loaded way. I'm just saying Nick Fuentes, noted anti-Semite and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes, is on board with a Jewish Democrat woman being elected governor in the United States.
What kind of message would that send? That sends a message that you could say and do anything to white people. They'll tolerate any level of disrespect. White people tell themselves, well, I gotta go and vote. I mean, what are we gonna have, a Democrat? You're gonna affirmatively vote for somebody that has told you that he owns your country, your heritage means nothing, your ancestry, the struggles of your ancestors means nothing. So what means anything to you? Seriously. Think about it. Your ancestors fought and died fighting the Indians, fighting in the Civil War, fighting in the Revolutionary War, fighting to even have this country. Someone comes here from India in the 80s, anchor baby, on a visa for like a tech company, and says, I'm just as American as you guys. I'm just as American as George Washington. You affirmatively vote for this person. He spits on the graves of your ancestors. What matters to you, actually? He's not even a Christian anyway. There'll be no Christmas in the Vivek Ramaswamy governor's mansion. They'll be celebrating Diwali. Could you imagine? No nativity scene, no Christmas carols, no consecration on the altar of Christ. No reverence for the newborn king on Christmas in Ohio. What a world. What has America come to? He has to be denied.
I just got to say, I'm very glad that we have a presidential administration that is doing all of these things. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it amazing that we have a federal government right now that is going out of their way to affirmatively, proactively celebrate the birth of Christ, visibly, publicly? Isn't that great? Imagine if we didn't have that. It's very, very good. Just objectively, no qualifications. It is very, very good to have a presidential administration, to have an executive office that does that. And it's good to see that Nick is affirming that.
Next year. So we'll be going out telling people, vote for a protest candidate, vote for the Democrat, vote for a third party, don't vote, vote for anyone else. Do not give the anchor baby your vote. Disgusting. And that's a message for Vance in 28. If Vance or anybody else wants to be president in 2028, we need to put on a little show for them in 2026 so that they could figure out how they want to play. That's the plan.
Now, he kind of, that last comment there, he again sort of betrays his inner world by still leaving the door open. He's still leaving the door open for Vance. You notice that? He's like, if Vance wants to be president, we're going to give him a show. I mean, I think it's like whoop-de-doo. I think Vivek is cooked. I think he is absolutely, completely, and utterly goose roasted. Really, the big takeaway from this is like, our poor Ohio brethren, I'm so sorry for what's going to happen to you, because there's really no good. You know, you've got Vivek, you've got the Jewess, and then you have the meme candidate. It'd be nice to have just get like an ordinary, just like some ordinary white guy, just a good old down home blue collar guy who, he's not involved, like super online and not involved in all of these things, and he just loves his country and he loves his president, and he's just going to run on that basis. That would be a very, very good outcome for Ohio. We have any guys in Ohio who could do that? Who could I don't think you're going to win, but see, like, here's where we're falling short. Why does that guy not exist? You could say, oh, well, the Republicans did, or the Democrats did, or the system, or the judges, these are all known quantities. Why is everyone on the sidelines? Why is everyone in the peanut gallery? I don't live in Ohio. How many people who live in Ohio are bemoaning the fact that these are the only gubernatorial options that they have? They're putting the goober in gubernatorial. These are the only options that they have. That's because there's some guy in Ohio who has been dropping the fucking ball. Politics is a game. You just got to know how to play it. And if you don't have people who are representing your interests, it's because you don't know how to play the game. And you have to. But it's interesting here that implicitly he's leaving the door open. Because he's been all about, I'm not going to vote for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance can't be president and whatever. But he keeps saying these little things that just implicitly leave the door open. We're going to give him some stuff to think about. How he's going to have to figure out how he wants to play this. I do think that Nick overstates his influence, but I also think a lot of people understate his influence. So kind of balances out in the middle. Don't underestimate the racial disloyalty of the boomer. Yeah, I think it'll really depend on just how hard Trump goes in backing and supporting Vivek. The fact that if Trump and Vance both go and really proactively campaign on behalf of Vivek, and Vance and Vivek are friends, so if that happens, then there's the possibility. And I mean, honestly, like, I understand what Nick is saying here, and I think in principle it's true. But also, the Jewish Democrat, and if you're going to try to have a moral victory or something, there is no moral victories in politics. So getting the Jewish Democrat in versus getting the traitorous Jeet in, at least the traitorous Jeet might have the orbit of the party. And if Trump and Vance are the ones who get him in, then I'm talking about just like autistically, just actual outcomes on a policy basis. But yeah, it is a shit sandwich. However, look at this. That video I just played for you. Gunther Falinger John says, I fully endorse Nick Fuentes' opposition to Indian Hindu nationalist takeover efforts of USA. I oppose Vivek Ramaswamy. I oppose J.D. Vance. I oppose Narendra Modi. Now, who is Gunther Falinger John? The chairman of the Austrian Committee for NATO Enlargement. Expand the West, security through strength. Oh, it just says Austrian. So he is a very interesting character. He's super, super pro NATO. He wants the entire world to be in NATO. And he's like, he he hates Serbians, and he is totally shameless about the fact that he's like, no, we are pro NATO, and NATO's responsibility is to enforce its will on the entire world. And so we're going to rig your elections. He's like super anti-Putin. Putin is a criminal, and he's a threat to the West. We must have total Western dominance. And it's like, it's such a bizarre character. So now we have this pro-Ukraine, pro-NATO, Western expansionist, like NATO chauvinist, who is super anti-Indian Hindu nationalist. So he wants to make common cause with Nick Fuentes to be anti-Modi and anti-Vance. It's like, what did you guys think political realignment was going to be? Vibes, essays? It's definitely did not have this on my bucket list. But wouldn't it be interesting to see this like emergent, I don't know, to have like the NATO contingent suddenly go like really Western chauvinist and become, how'd you do this? It's like they're becoming they would be anti-US because they would say that the US was becoming anti-Western by aligning with Putin and like collaborating with Putin and Xi and Modi, that they're betraying the West. And so actually the European opposition suddenly morphs into this like race realist, Western expansionist, it's like globalist, but white nationalist. Maybe that's going to happen. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm just going to be over here eating my popcorn. Okay, a couple other things here. In 1979, an unknown nuclear device, the N-word, an unknown nuclear device was detonated between Africa and Antarctica that nobody announced or accepted responsibility for. To this day, nobody definitively knows what happened, but the most common accepted answer is that it was a clandestine Israeli nuclear test. 1979, an Israeli nuclear test between Africa and Antarctica. And this guy says it was likely a joint South African-Israeli test. It was discovered by one of the US's Vela satellites, a satellite array made to detect atomic weapons tests because we distrusted the Soviets. It saw a bright double flash in the ocean. What makes it really unique is that this wasn't just a detonation in the ocean. The owners of the device knew about the Vela system and tried to outsmart it by hiding the blast inside of an active storm in order to create plausible deniability. A bright flash during a thunderstorm would be enough uncertainty to prevent the international community from proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that they detonated a device. To this day, nobody has owned up to the blast publicly. And in 2010, Jimmy Carter published his White House diary. In the entry for the 22nd of September 1979, he wrote, quote, "There was indication of a nuclear explosion in the region of South Africa. Either South Africa, Israel using a ship at sea, or nothing." For the 27th of February 1980, he wrote, "We have a growing belief among our scientists that the Israelis did indeed conduct a nuclear test explosion in the ocean near the southern end of Africa." They also tried setting it off where no active Vela satellites were pointing. The one that caught the test was one that was marked as retired. Reminder that South Africa used to be a regional superpower. There's a video here on this incident, the Vela incident beyond. That'll be linked. It's linked down in the comments of this tweet if you want to get that on the Substack. Hit the soundboard. Oh, there's a whole bunch. Let's see. There's a whole bunch that would be applicable for that one. How about that one?
Okay, Jew. Okay, you fucking Jew. Fucking Jew from Israel. Silence.
The N-word.
Or kaboom. Or I guess maybe this one too. Trust Plan SAR said I could see Fuentes pulling a Dickie Spencer and becoming a NATO shill. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Nick Fuentes going full Richard Spencer and like Richard Hanania. Wouldn't that be a... Wouldn't that be just exhausting and aggravating? So check this out. This is former Israeli minister, giving you guys a little Fed Post content here as we start winding down. I'm not going to read the whole Besant thing. Sorry, Phil. I'm not gonna do the Fed stuff tonight. This is the last Fed posting that we'll do here tonight. But this is former Israeli Minister of Education, Shulamit Aloni. In 2000, she won the Israel Prize, which I can only assume was like just an astonishing number of coins.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification.
So it's interesting, she says that our trick is, if it's in Europe, then we invoke the Holocaust. If it's in the United States, then we use anti-Semitism. And it's a trick that we use to gain political power.
And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics, and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
Look at the parentheses coming off the Lady of Liberty logo. No kidding. Look at that. Democracy Now. There you go. Straight from the former Israeli Minister of Education on Democracy Now. We exploit the Holocaust and anti-Semitism to protect Israel from criticism. It's a trick we use. This is President Truman, July 21, 1947, diary entry. The Jews, I find, are very, very selfish. They care not how many Estonians, Latvians, Finns, Poles... Hold on, I'm going to let this play the video down here as I read it. Estonians, Latvians, Finns, Poles, Yugoslavs, or Greeks get murdered or mistreated as displaced persons as long as the Jews get special treatment. Yet when they have power, physical, financial, or political, neither Adolf Hitler nor Joseph Stalin has anything on them for cruelty or mistreatment to the underdog. The Jews have no sense of proportion, nor do they have any judgment on world affairs. This is a quote, and I went and looked it up and confirmed this is an actual quote from Harry Truman in 1947. It was, Grok confirmed it here too. It was discovered in 2003 at the Truman Library, authenticated by his handwriting. His wife confirmed that that Jews were sending him letter bombs. And then here, I couldn't... Sniggers!
South Africa to be a regional superpower. I wonder what happened between then and now. Probably was a test case for collaboration with regimes they were actively trying to kill. The only bad thing to come out of World War II was the continued Third World.
Yeah. There's a great video by, I think it was Zoomer Historian, talking about the role that the Crown played in actively facilitating the destruction of Rhodesia. very infuriating, but also well produced. This video here, I tried to look around and did a little brief searching to see if it for sure is real. I couldn't get absolute confirmation that it's not AI, so I suppose take it with a grain of salt, but here's Truman.
Could you tell us specifically that a lot of Jewish people were against you too?
Well, there were a lot of Jewish people against me because they wanted the whole of Palestine. As I say, they wanted to drive all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Among the Jews, the Zionists particularly, who were against anything that was to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine and everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased.
Move 5 or 6 million out and replace them with 5 or 6 million more. So 5 or 6 million more being moved in there. What an interesting number.
We had all sorts of objections to everything that was done. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it and had it done, and now it's working out. Eventually, I think we'll have them all satisfied. But it's going to take a great deal of time yet to get the job done.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, I don't know if that is real or not. I mean, the content of it is real, but I don't know if the video itself is real or not. But it is interesting because my perception of Truman has always been that he was basically just kind of a useless dupe. And it's also funny, like him saying things like that then is, you got to realize like it wasn't loaded the same way then as it is now. So you could just, in polite society, you could just say, yeah, the Jews are like this really savage tribal people that have zero context for like proportionality and zero consideration of other people. And it wasn't like super controversial or anything necessarily. I mean, there was the whole ship of Jews that were brought over to the United States, and FDR was like, nope, not letting them off. Times have not been as they are for very long, and are not going to be the way they are for very much longer. Alrighty, folks. Well, that is all I got for you. Let me make sure that I have a couple of these tabs saved. We'll get into the probably Monday. We will do the stuff with the Fed and Besant. And I got some other interesting things about, about technology. You got the ISAT primer, the Indian concept of ISAT. But then there's a Chalaki primer, a concept in Indian culture that roughly translates to shrewd cleverness, refers to the ability to create the appearance of hard work while actually doing very little. So there's a whole long post about that from Slotsyism that I will I'll go through. I'll probably do that one on Monday as well, but I'll have a little bit tomorrow before the Sudawave. We will Saturlab, and there will be a Saturlab Sudawave tomorrow. Reminder to those of you, if you would like to contribute to the coffers of our great propagandist, then show up tomorrow, and all tips that come through during tomorrow's Sudawave will all go to our great propagandist as a thanks for all the hard work that he does. So make sure you guys show up for that tomorrow. Hope you have a very good rest of your Friday night. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. And download EWBSX. Make sure you listen to some of these 24/7 white pill bangers. Radio for our guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, one more. Justine.
Indians.
Thank you, Justine. And on that note, I will leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said,